Dan Harmon. Hi. So I wanted to talk to you. I read your and I don't want to just start on this. It's dumb to start. We actually just, for those of you listening, we were just talking about
hard dicks sucking
jizz out of our baby's eggs.
It was cooler than it sounds.
That sounds pretty. I mean, it is the source of all life. You wrote the most amazing fucking blog, and it like made me so happy to read it. Not just because it's really well written and really funny, but it's so, not to sound like a total weirdo, but it's so brave to create this, to respond publicly in such a smart way at what is, to me, one of the worst slaps in the face I've ever read about in my fucking life, which is that these cocksuckers didn't even call you?
No, they didn't. They didn't want to, and I'm glad they didn't. I wouldn't want to talk to them. It would have been an awkward conversation. It's funny because my girlfriend calls me a lot on the fact that I am pretty good at playing up the martyr shtick, but because I have that luxury, because they are the idiots that fired me, which is probably one of the dumbest things you could do.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it was one of the greatest strokes of luck for me. And the truth is, and with all apologies to the fans for whom I would have worked forever, it was an exhausting job, and
right.
I would have continued to do it only out of obligation to these people that watched the show. It wouldn't have been in pursuit of my own self-satisfaction anymore.
Right.
It was like being in the army at a certain point. It was like, I'm doing this for my country.
Yeah.
I'm not doing it because I choose to put on camouflage and be here. I would like to be playing video games right about now.
Yes. And for those of you who don't know, he was a showrunner on Community, and showrunner is, I can't think of a more grueling, horrific job. Any showrunner that I've ever seen, I've always wondered, why would you do this to yourself? Because you have to work insane hours, like wretched hours on the shoots, and then after the shoots you have to sit in on the edits, and then you have to sit in on you have to be you're basically involved in every single aspect of the show, and it's brutal.
Yeah, well, boo-hoo for us, but
no, I know the whole thing. Oh yeah, listen to Mr. By the way, you're not the one saying it. I'm the one saying it. I'm not a showrunner. It's like, listen to poor Hollywood fancy pants. There's people working in coal mines right now, coughing their lungs out, where their kids get run over by tractors. But no, man, the thing is, it really is a hard job. I mean, it's not like you're lifting heavy shit, but you're under the incredible pressure of having to produce at the level of network television, and if things go great, then that's good, but if things go bad, it's all on you, and that's fucked up, man. That's pressure cooker.
Well, the bummer for me was socially having everybody above me and everybody below me kind of having that idea that I was that if things were going well, then no comment.
Yes.
And things were rarely going well. But if things are going poorly, then it's like, God, who's this guy? It's like, what has he done? I wouldn't do a single thing different, because I spent 3 years doing that job. I didn't want to spend at the end of it 3 more years doing it. As I said, I would have if I was called upon to do it.
Sure.
But I didn't want to. But at the same time, I would never. That 3 years, I could have spent that 3 years sitting at the bar, drinking and being funny and with my friends and listening to Johnny Cash music. The reward is so much more intense and permanent. Maybe not permanent, but for me permanent, and that I will go to my grave, the last thing that I can think about if I do nothing else for the rest of my life. I did that show for 3 years,
right.
and that cannot be taken away from me. There will be a little stack of DVDs or holograms or something next to my deathbed that represent the fact that I did this thing, and it cannot be undone. It was done. So nothing's more satisfying than that. There's a lot of hard jobs where you lift boxes, wash dishes, and there is no point to it. There is no permanence to it. You washed the dish, someone makes it dirty again. Yeah. You lifted the box. What was in the box? You don't even know. No one knows you lifted it. Right. That you only did it because the forklift was broken. Yeah. I did this show, and I did it because I was the only one that could do it. And when I was done, I had accomplished something that only I could have done, and I have it for the rest of my life. And if it took 10 years off of my life biologically, it was definitely a good investment.
Do you feel like, I know you're kind of joking about that, but you think maybe it chipped some years off your life?
I think so. Stress? Yeah. Well, I'll tell you in all candor. I mean, as you referred to, like there's 3 balls you juggle in as a showrunner. You're in the writer's room, and then you're on set, and then you're in the edit bay. Yeah. Eventually, I learned that I didn't need to go to the set anymore because the actors were brilliant. We'd cast the show well. The directors we were hiring knew what they were doing. So, and that was the middle of the jump rope, and the ends were more important. So I triage. I stopped going to the set a lot. Right. But if they're not screwing up in the writer's room, they're screwing up in the edit bay. If you're in the writer's room, making sure that you're, and I don't mean screwing up. That was a horrible choice of words. I just mean if things aren't to your liking in the writer's room, if you turn your back while you're in the edit bay, something's going on in the writer's room that's going to need to be undone. Right. And the exact same thing is the case in the edit bay. They're going to be spinning their wheels and doing things that you wouldn't, you need to be over there. And the truth is, biologically, there's things you do to keep yourself running on that clock. And I'm talking about, like, I took some Adderall here and there.
Oh, sweet Adderall.
5-hour energy and, washed it down with vodka. And like, I do think some years come off your life living on that clock, because the writers were staying up till 4 a.m. and like, I think everybody got a couple extra gray hairs that they wouldn't have gotten if they were working on, Suddenly Susan or something. Well,
and then there's another element to it, which is that you can't be a nice guy in that job. You can't. You either get to be in a situation where everyone's like, man, that he's fucking cool, man. That's a cool guy. And then if you do that too much, then your vision of what the thing's supposed to be disintegrates, degenerates, or turns into something different than what you want it to be. Maybe something as good, but something different. So then you end up having to be a bit of a, I don't know what the right word for it is, but from time to time you probably have to be a cunt to get things going the way you want them to be.
Yeah, you certainly. I mean, there's times you definitely. I can recall when I was probably a dick to people. There's a culture that develops that because the people that you're being a dick to, they kind of, like, there's a hierarchy and it's very much like the military. So people start saluting you and you kind of fall into it. It's like the Stanford prison experiment. Like, you fall into the behavior of a guy who has better things to do than be having this conversation. So I'm going to be very direct and say this thing. But in my defense, I don't think I didn't do that as much as the larger problem, which is just that I focused on the script so much that I held up a lot of people's precious lives. You know, right. The prop master's job is to get a script on Tuesday, and if they see that there's a ray gun in the script, they want to have that ray gun done on Wednesday night, right. And then they don't want to have a new script come out that says, fuck the ray gun, or the ray gun's different, it's an octopus now. They'll do it, they'll roll with those punches, but over 3 seasons they're like, God damn it, who is this fucking guy? What's he doing? And the answer is, I don't know what I'm doing. Sometimes it is a templated show, a formulaic show that's that easy to where the script comes out on Tuesday and it doesn't change from what you end up shooting. I'm pretty confident saying those are shittier shows. Right. Like they're very much more producible, but they are shittier. Like you do not get tattoos of them. You do not go to conventions dressed as them. Right. You watch them and they're fine and they exist, and a lot of them make a lot of money, and I think that's the big issue here. That's what we're really talking about. And I find myself, ironically, in these days now, in the afterglow of this mess, I find myself defending the people that fired me to people who don't quite understand that from their perspective, it's just who cares about the tattoo? Who cares about the costume at the convention? It didn't make them any money that someone dressed up as someone for Halloween. They didn't care. They didn't know about it. They can't care about that stuff. They'll get fired if they care about that stuff. They are looking for, and they'll never admit it because it's bad PR to use this language, they are looking for the easily produced kind of popcorn that hits the spot well enough that it's on the air forever and generates a bunch of revenue. The truth is that the things that get you critical acclaim and fan adoration, I'm hoping they're not a direct obstacle to that. I hope that there's a way to be the Bob Zemeckis, the Steve Spielberg of television, where you can satisfy stupid parts of your brain and smart parts of your brain at the same time. But it certainly isn't a good sign to companies like Sony when the show has become so nuanced and niche that it's really deeply satisfying one woman at one address and everyone else on the block has never heard of the fucking show.
What a fucking conundrum, man! It really is. We're not going to be able to solve that code until we're right on the precipice of the singularity, and computers are sending out nano swarms to like scan people's brains and find out exactly what the balance is between palatable and easily digested comedy and what really has heart and spirit. But
I think maybe the singularity will solve that problem, because what's going to happen is guys like me are going to keep codifying story structure, and this format's going to get so deconstructed and reconstructed that we'll never program a computer to write Citizen Kane, but we will be able to program a computer to write an episode of I don't want to say the name of any show that my friends produce.
This brings me to the point I really wanted to talk about, because I saw on your blog also that you mentioned being a kid and having a Commodore 64, which I also had growing up as a kid. Did you ever play Archon?
Wasn't that like a chess game?
Yeah. Remember it had the best soundtrack. But anyway, that made me think, oh, cool. And I know I also read that you play video games. You're a gamer. You like playing games. So this is the thing. I raved about. This is all I've been raving about since I found out about it. I've been walking through my house muttering because did you hear about this guy at the University of Maryland? He's a physicist. No. So this guy basically, and I don't understand anything about supersymmetry or string theory, which is what he's into. I don't understand too much about it, but this is a respected physicist who has been trying to come up with equations to articulate the idea that we live in a supersymmetrical universe and to try to embody superstring theory. And these equations that they've come up with, the thing that the guys found that is incredibly shocking, mind-numbing, consciousness-melting is that at the base of these equations there appears to be computer code, strings of ones and zeros that aren't random, that actually seem to be computer code that was invented by a guy in the 1940s. The implication of this being that
I don't quite understand that statement. At the heart of the universe, there's computer code that appears to be written by a guy in the 40s.
Yeah, in the
it's like a Dennis Quaid movie I saw.
It is exactly like that Dennis Quaid movie, and I fucking love that movie. What was that called? Dreamscape? Was that what it's called?
Oh, I was thinking of the one where he's got a ham radio kit and he ends up talking to his dad, who's dead.
No, I know what you're thinking of. Yeah, no, I was thinking of the one they put the disc on. I don't even know if that was Dennis Quaid. They put the thing and they record their brainstorm. Anyway, yeah, man. So so that's the implication is in the very fabric of the universe, there's a computer. There appears to be computer code, and it's not just random ones and zeros. There's a name for it. It's called dual error processing code, which is something that's inside when you send an email. There's all this hidden code that somehow like translates that to different machines. And that appears to be at the base of these super symmetrical equations that the guys found. Now, you take that. That's one piece of the puzzle. The other piece of the puzzle is the obvious fact that we're getting really good at simulating reality. Video games being one of the primary examples of that. I mean, some of the fucking particle physics in video games these days is just stunning, and it keeps getting better and better and better. So the idea is, well, yeah, obviously, if we don't blow ourselves up, then technologically in the next however many years, we're going to figure out a way to map the neural structure of a human brain and simulate that within one of these games. Or it's not going to be a game at that point. It's going to be a habit trail for disembodied sparks of consciousness that think they're real, right? So the idea is, if that's a possibility that could happen with us, and it's a very real possibility, then it probably already happened. Yeah, and we're in it. Yeah. So what I'm saying is,
and if it probably happened, then it did happen.
Yeah.
Because it's an infinite universe.
Yes.
And time doesn't exist, except within the confines of one universe. And if the Big Bang becomes a big suction, and the universe just throbs like a heartbeat like that, then what you have is an infinite simulation of universes. I guess the question is there something outside of that?
Well, no, that's the original programmer. And so then suddenly that's where you get into this thing. Like, I never understood the whole Jesus died on the cross for our sins. I never really understood that. It never made sense to me. I could never figure out what's the magic behind that. How does it work? But, of course, that's just an archetype. That's the archetype for the humans eating the God. That's in a lot of different religions. So suddenly you have this thing where it's like, no, the person who died was God. The original programmer was mortal. That was a mortal being that figured out how to make the simulator, that poor son of a bitch died so that we could be infinite inside this fucking thing.
Because God so loved us that he gave his only begotten son.
Yeah.
He loved the video game so much. Yeah. He went into it and found out that the way for the game to last forever is to sacrifice himself as a player.
He had to die because he was mortal. He wasn't a simulation. Whoever started the echo of the simulation, whoever started the simulation, creating the simulation inside the simulations, that was immortal. That was mortal. God, the paradox of God is God was mortal. The programmer died a long time ago. He's long gone, but the echo of his creation goes on infinitely, folding in on itself perpetually. And this is weird because it kind of is an explanation of why, people say, how come we haven't seen aliens, or how come aliens don't come here. The idea is, well, maybe when a technology gets sufficiently advanced, it doesn't go out; it goes in.
It makes more sense. Certainly, yeah. I mean, from our experience on this planet, we accomplish magical things with that are internal, so to speak. Yeah, it's hard to fucking launch a spaceship to Mars. It's going to take forever.
Sure.
So it's like hauling a goddamn boulder, and it's a pointless activity.
Why?
Because we always compare it to the ocean. It's like, that's a different situation. We always go, well, when we were kids on the planet, we had this thing called the ocean, and that was like outer space. And thank God we built ships and discovered America and figured out that dragons don't eat you if you go too far. But it's really not that analogous, because space is not a fucking ocean. It is space. It is a bunch of emptiness, and you could go a long time, in fact forever, before you find anything like the little sweet spot you got. Now, not that there's nothing else out there, it's just so far away that it's functionally non-existent. And so it makes sense that sentient beings on any of these little spots where life happens to grow, which is a very rare thing that only happens, per square light year.
Yes.
The footage is when it happens, that those people, way before they make a Mack truck that can go so much faster than the speed of light that it's able to get anywhere else where anything else is happening, way before that happens, someone's going to, as you say, develop a computer that emulates the human brain. And when that happens, you're able to put on a Wonder Woman circlet on your head that simulates you having a vagina and a pig fucking you, and
the dream,
your mouth becoming an octopus, or whatever, like everything we ever dreamed of. Like, what's out there? Nothing. In our wildest dreams, some alien that puts that thing on our head and gives us a pig vagina.
So this is what it's like. Try to convince a group of people to go through the vacuum of space to check out a fucking desert, like pre-Las Vegas, just shit. You can't breathe there. It's nothing. Try to convince those people to do that when there's the technology to enter into some kind of superior hologram and live forever. And like you said, fuck everything. You could know what it's like to fuck every single thing if that's what you felt like. And that is going to be, on our way to this thing that apparently has already happened, but on our way to creating our own simulation within the simulation, there's something we're on the precipice of that people aren't talking about, and I think it's fascinating, which is sex androids, and how that, they say that's the future of prostitution, is that whorehouses are going to be no longer populated with real human beings, but like super advanced sex androids that are going to put prostitutes out of work. But that's something I
think prostitutes are already out of work.
The economy?
No, I was just saying, like women become prostitutes in flawed societies because you shouldn't in situations where women are allowed to do whatever they're good at, they don't tend to become prostitutes. They find out that they have a skill or a an acumen at something. It's like selling your body is something that very few women would do. They're basically like it's a last resort kind of thing.
Here's a curious thing, man. I'm more on the same page with you, but like logically, when I think about it, I think, well, why is it bad to sell fucking?
Oh no, it's not. I don't think it's bad. I'm not saying.
But why would that be a flawed society?
I just think it's a sign. Like when women, more women. I think this is absolute speculation. I'm not based on any research or knowledge of anything. My belief is that if you went and if we gathered 100 prostitutes,
yes.
And we brought them into this room and we were able to sort of polygraph them so that there was no like lying or anything. We could just sort of read their thoughts and feelings. I think we would find that, let's say 85 of them out of the 100 would rather be doctors.
Yeah.
Would rather be airline pilots, would rather be carpenters, anything almost other than what they're doing.
Right.
I think you would find that 85 out of the 100 of them had fallen on hard times and were resorting to a thing that they didn't want to do. I don't think there's anything. I think, but 15 of them might be like, you know what? I'm a fucking nymphomaniac, man. I'm good at fucking, and I love money, and I it's hard washing dishes, and I can make $500. I don't know. I don't know.
No, I think that's pretty. I think that's a pretty accurate hypothesis, and I think that if you brought in 100 guys who pay money to fuck prostitutes, there's going to be 85 of them that would probably rather have someone that they were having
that they're
sex
in love with.
It's a sad relationship there, man. But and maybe that's I think that there's an undocumented psychic plague that is afflicting humanity right now, and it's internet porn. I think it's all these fucking dudes, just not me at all, but all these other guys just constantly jerking off to porn. And I think this is a precursor to the next thing that's going to happen, which is sex androids and the effect that that's going to have on human mating. It's like, think of like how that would fuck up, I don't know, a tribe of chimpanzees if suddenly you release these like robotic, horny, constantly in heat female chimpanzees into chimps that normally have to like compete for their mate. It would like mess up everything. I don't know.
Right. But we're not worried about underpopulating the human species, right? We're not.
It's just more, what's it going to do for, like, I'm just thinking day to day. It's like, so you're a bachelor.
Well, it's going to force us to disassociate love from sex for sure,
right?
Because the technology is invading sex and it's deconstructing sex,
right?
Like the idea that a man can open a laptop and type in redhead cheerleader roller skates pickle
foot job
and get exactly what they're looking for.
Yeah.
If you told that to my grandpa, he'd be like, well, then no one's ever gonna fuck another woman ever again, right? And the answer to him would be like, well, I guess but you'd meet somebody special and you'd talk to them about the pickle and so we have to put ourselves in the grandpa shoes and go, okay, so 50 years from now, yeah, you're going to, if not actual robots, it'll probably be better than robots. It'll be like this sort of
neurological interface.
Yeah, you'll put a wand on your head and it'll induce a dream state where you can do whatever you want to whoever you want and never have to tell anybody about it.
Yeah.
That's going to force us to say, okay, sex is not love. and vice versa. Sex can be involved with love, but love has something to do with partnership and compatibility.
Yeah,
and having children, which involves sex. But then there's this idea of good sex, and I'm in love, and we have great sex, and it's like, I don't know, yeah. So I don't know. I don't think they're absolutely completely entwined with each other, but they're going to get unraveled by technology for sure.
It's starting to get unraveled. It will get unraveled, but then you run into this other fascinating facet of it, which is that so you break up with your girlfriend, but in the same way that like, you know, your girlfriend uses your computer and like, you know, her info's still in there. In that same way, you guys did the classic like brain scan of each other, so that when you're on vacation, you can kind of be with each other's avatar or whatever if you want to. So you guys break up, but then you just either through the neurological interface or through some kind of USB card that you put in the back of your sex android, you just put you just could scroll through your exes, inducing those personalities and whatever the thing is, so that the breakup is just, you know, that's a different person.
I do think, and I think you and I luckily will be, if we're not dead, we'll at least be off the market by the time this happens. But Occam's razor says to me, we'll enter a world where stimulating sex is basically masturbation, and that's it, and genetically procreation is completely separated from it, as is like life partnership. I don't think there will be, in this world, it's like this Logan's Run world where it's like everyone, as you say, it's like whether it's experiencing other people's fantasies or fake ones or ones that they create, or it'll all be masturbation. It'll all be personal because we're figuring out very quickly how to stimulate each other and ourselves artificially. It doesn't take that much. Speaking as a guy, like Jessica Rabbit can give you a boner. Sure. Like a guy can take 3 colors with a crayon and give you a hard-on. Drawing a woman with there's like, you know, silicone dolls that, like, you know, when you walk past a mannequin, sometimes you go like hubba hubba. Like we will figure out how to make soulmate partnership obsolete sexually, and I could picture us being like a species of people walking around saying mellow greetings to each other and going into our little hovels and like just being addicted to like all this sexual stimulation. And like the weird thing is that also like all the stigmas about lifestyles like gayness and stuff like that won't matter anymore, because you'll be able to, you know, go into your house and put on a hat that makes you into a woman or a dog. Sure. And none of that. There won't be any social stigmas about sex anymore. The sexual revolution will have come and gone 8 times over. Right. It won't be an issue anymore. Sexuality will just be like, it'll be like picking your nose. It's like we just prefer not to do it in front of each other, but it's like,
whoa, that's a crazy universe, man.
There's no taboo.
Holy shit.
But then and almost wouldn't it go back to like being a kind of Elizabethan thing in terms of marriage and procreation? Because people would be politically inclined to procreate, but I don't think women would carry the babies to term. You know, it's like we see this culture developing with designer birth and like, you know, women becoming more and more male like in their you know, their desires and energies, like in the workplace and things like you see more and more like some women are absolutely disgusted by it, and it's so unfeminine to talk about like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna have this baby put in me and they're gonna rip it out, and it's like or I'm gonna have it put in someone else, and blah, blah, blah. Aren't we? I think we're gonna. We might head there, right? We're going to look back on the days when we carried these things around in our bodies and then squeezed them out of our vaginas.
Primitive. It'll seem so ridiculous. All the poor devastated and destroyed vaginas from the births. And it's sad. It'll be like looking back when there was smallpox or something. The days when the wind...
Yeah, and we're very capable of taking weird shit in stride. Like so you look at circumcision. It's like, it's the controversy still rages on.
Sure.
But it's like... it's just like we handle anything culturally, like, so if our children's children are born into a world where doctors are telling them, oh, childbirth is like, it's like an appendix. It's like a thing. It's like a vestigial thing that we used to do.
And it's bad for the baby. They're probably going to say, if you, why would you do that? Why would you put a child at risk by creating the child in your womb?
Yeah.
We have computers that handle that now.
This Yamaha incubator, like it's like studies show that these kids, they score higher on math tests when they become 15. It's like it's better for everybody. You come in a cup, or you come into the tube on your wall.
It's in a tube.
This is like you go into your apartment and you call up your fantasy, and there's like a little suction thing on your penis.
Yeah.
So then you come, and your sperm goes through a pneumatic tube into a central processing center, and the computer analyzes your genetics and pairs you with somebody that'll lower your risk of the child being Down syndrome or whatever else,
or
we
Dahmer
want to
or whatever.
Yeah. And then it's like if there's it's like it'll be like the Federal Reserve controlling interest rates. It's like there'll be like initiatives ethnically too. Like we need more biracial, triracial, or we need less. We need to the Caucasoid gene is in danger of dying out. We want to protect it like the spotted leopard.
No, man, it's not going to be like that. It's not even going to be so beautiful like keeping certain genes. It's going to be like, Apple knows genetically what type of employee works best there, and they're gonna like give you bonuses or discounts on their machines if you like allow them to
put an Apple gene in there.
Yeah.
Like the kids that are better at operating iPads are.
Yeah. Just more, kids that Jobs would be proud of. That, and also the other thing you're going to be able to do instead, this whole thing of like blasting your jizz into a Yamaha incubator, and like I picture it as like a lava lamp sitting in your house. Like your friends come over and there's a little baby growing and it's like lava lamp thing. But I think it'll be like you jizz in this tube, this pneumatic tube underneath your computer desk. It's the jizz gets sucked into the processor, and it doesn't make a real baby. It's just like a fun game where it analyzes your DNA and like you make virtual babies based on like, oh, let's see what it would be like if I mix my jizz with Michelle Obama. Yeah. You could just have fun, like, it's like like The Sims for jizz. It's like. That's what it's going to be like. You could populate your Minecraft world with your actual simulated genetic kids. The future.
I mean, you can't. Yeah, it's like if there is the singularity that now is like this thing that's in the air. Like for some reason, I was just talking about the singularity, courtesy of the audience at my podcast.
I know. I saw you last night. Right. That's why. Yeah.
Maybe that's why it's in the air or whatever. But it's interesting. Like this, we all have this feeling that we're going to keep making computers smarter and smarter, and that the computers are going to get so smart that they don't need us anymore. But this goes back to something I wanted to say earlier when you were talking about like we're going to evolve inward. Why would we go out into space? There's one exception to that I can think of, which is that we are primates. We have a very primate like centric kind of point of view. Like we're monkeys, and that is only one of a billion ways to succeed biologically. We kind of lucked out. We tend to think of ourselves as being the end of a very linear kind of arms race biologically, where it's like, oh, it all led to us. It's not really so much like that. It's like we're the Big Bang Theory of evolution. Like, in other words, we're one of many pilots that was produced that ran for many seasons, and it just kind of bore out, and like it's a random result. Honeybees and ants, like think about how fucking advanced ants are, and the idea that you have to become sentient and emotional and in order to create handguns and spaceships is, I think that's a false kind of assumption we tend to make emotionally, or rather it's just like we're fish in a fish tank, we can't think any differently. And I there could be one of these planets so many billions of light years away that we'll never find it or see it. The monkeys didn't luck out so much. They didn't make it. The primates didn't extend that long, or they were out eaten and out hunted by like these like really super efficient killer ants or something.
Yes.
And those things never had to get individually smart, but as colonies of insects, they became so advanced that they become like a space-born like high, evolved kind of insectoid race.
The Zerg. You don't play StarCraft 2, do you?
No.
Okay, I'll show you. Forget it.
Isn't that just multiplayer?
That's a what do you call that? That's a oh god damn it, RTS game. You know, where you're like building armies and fighting.
Yeah, I get intimidated by that stuff.
It's by the way, please keep going. I did not mean to derail you by throwing out a nerdy video game reference.
Like that would be an example of a space-faring species that might not give a fuck what kind of iPads stimulated their penises. Like they might not evolve inward. They might actually just feel like we're ants. We gotta get out there.
Yes.
We gotta get more food. We gotta get more space, more territory. They might just not even have that frontal lobe or something that makes them care about making fake women.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, man. There is that. I think there is that species-centric narcissism where you think that just because we are driving around in cars or we have this technology that somehow that makes us better, when we don't even know what field, the subjective universe that these beings are living in. We don't know what ants are living in or like mice. Did you ever read The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy?
Yeah.
Man, one of my favorite parts in that was when, a spoiler alert from a long time ago, hilarious book. If you guys haven't read that, you should. But that awesome thing about laboratory mice, do you remember that?
Yeah.
Laboratory mice are the very tips of the tentacles of super intelligent beings that are extruding into this universe to do studies on scientists. It's like, that's a joke, but the reality is we have no idea what the experience of bees are, what the experience of ants are, what the experience of any of these other beings or the microbes that make up our bodies. Maybe they are super advanced.
Yeah, our favorite animals, the ones that are closest to us that we know the most about, dogs. Like they experience the world so completely differently. We haven't even begun to scratch the surface of how they really experience it. We just know that we see everything with their little camera eyes. That we can barely smell anything because our eyes moving to the front of our heads. In order for our vision to get better and to be color and 3-dimensional, it impeded like the development of these snouts, and the snout. So it's like God was like, "Fuck your nose. Who cares? You're a monkey. Like you need to be able to swing from branches and recognize ripe fruit." Dogs not so much. Cats not so much. And they like smell shit. Like they it's hard for us to conceive of organisms that use a different sense than we use primarily. Like for them, like, they're not blind or anything, but their eyes are like no big deal. Like they're just smelling everything. And even more so for like insects and undersea creatures and stuff. It's like there's a lot of ways to perceive the world and think about it. And if those creatures happen to become the top dog on their planet, their iPads would not look like iPads. They would not. It just wouldn't even. That doesn't even. That sentence doesn't even make. It's stupid to say, but it's like
the technology would be incomprehensible to us. We wouldn't understand what it was. It might look like little globs of crystalline pollen or something, which is what they use. Who knows what it could be?
Yeah, ants like vomit into each other's mouths, and there's chemicals in their vomit that tell the other ant everywhere they've been and everywhere they plan to go. It's trophallaxis. It's like it's a really advanced form of communication. They're tasting each other's intentions and things. And so if those guys get the edge on us, and they're one nuclear war away from doing it, because they're not going to go anywhere. They're like, maybe they make spaceships or what? I don't know, spaceships. It's a monkey thing. Like whatever.
Yeah, we think about spaceships because it's like we are still stuck with the idea that we have to bring our meat bodies from point A to point B to be at point B. That's where we're at right now.
Oh shit! I wonder if you know anything about this, because I can't wrap my fucking brain around it. I was reading this thing in this book about quantum physics at one point. There's some particle or something. I'm hoping to say enough to remind you of something you understand that you can explain to me. There's some particle. I'm already getting it wrong by saying particle. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. There's some like the top spin of an electron or a particle of some kind is they come in pairs, and the orientation of one of them is they usually travel together just naturally, but we know how to separate them, and when you separate them,
quantum entanglement, right?
I don't know, like they mirror each other instantly, that and not speed of light instantly they just mirror each other, so one is always like the other, even though they have no quote unquote communication between each other. They always are the same. So the idea is that you could base a technology on that where that would conquer the speed of light obstacle, where I could be on the other side of the universe. If you could use this technology to make a TV and a camera, we could be communicating instantly. It wouldn't be like when the Apollo astronauts are in space and it takes 20 minutes.
You're still dealing with the problem of having to get that initial particle out there,
right? But you only have to do it once.
You only have to do it once. That's right. Yeah, that's a really interesting thing. I think that's something I read. Einstein called it like spooky math, or he had some like superstitious sounding name for it because it seems so magical that you could have these two things together at one point and they maintain this eternal connection regardless of the distance between them.
He called it black people math. He was really racist.
Yeah, it's so sad.
Yeah,
he did.
A lot of people. It's honorable of us not to publicize it that much. It's like it would just tarnish the contributions of a great scientist. But Einstein was so racist.
He was one of the most racist scientists that ever lived. He was such a dick. He really was. Like, very inappropriate. And
it wasn't like deep-seated, like, culturally justified, like his dad hated Latvians or anything like that. It was like he really was just a crotchety old racist.
His quote from him is, "I just don't like him."
Yeah, he's just I'm basing this not on any cultural thing. It's like he's just like, I go to a drive-thru, I can't understand him.
That's it. He's like, and I don't want to go deeper with it. Like, if you tried to take him into like the deeper subconscious level of why I didn't like it, and he's called many people. He just said, "You're a pussy. Why do you even want to go there?"
He was a toxic guy.
He was a toxic fuck. He was a fuck. Prophylactus. What do you call it?
The god of contraception. The Roman 8-armed condom god.
No. What do you say when you puke in someone else's?
Oh, trophallaxis.
Trophallaxis. Yeah, that's a great. I love that you know that, man. But this quantum entanglement thing, what's really weird about it is, like in Rosemary's Baby. Remember did you ever see Rosemary's Baby?
Yeah.
It's one of my favorite movies for some reason. But, like the guy, basically, there's the idea in witchcraft that if you get a piece of someone's clothes, if you get their hair, you can like fuck them up. And so very superstitious people will try not to leave their comb around and stuff because they don't want people to get their DNA so if you take this idea of quantum entanglement, which is that one particle forever remains entangled with another particle, all of a sudden this weird shit about how witches always want to snatch a clump of your hair kind of makes sense, because it's like, oh, fuck, is there some invisible tube that they have now between your genetics and whatever their ill intent is, that they can start blasting weird nastiness down the line? It's really interesting how quantum physics and superstition begin to like meet at the same place.
Especially like it's really profound how Eastern quantum physics gets as we learn more and more about the way the universe works. We find more and more that it's the Indians and the Chinese and of ancient times that were closer to the mark in terms of how the universe works. Like the things that they were saying before they invented paper and fireworks, way before we even were throwing rocks at each other in the West. That's the way you really have to cope with the universe, and it's interesting that scientists are uncovering that the idea that light is a particle and a wave, and it doesn't matter which it is, and the idea that once you try to measure something, you can't measure it anymore, and all this kind of stuff. Like as quantum physics advances more and more, it becomes more and more Zen-like.
Yeah, it is incredible that the two are finally meeting each other. And then when you throw into the equation that the thing's probably just a simulator anyway, that all we're uncovering is like the basic constraints of whatever the particular program that we're within is running. The things that we consider to be the laws of physics are just certain paradigms that some original programmer threw in to create whatever we're in right now. It gets really fucking weird and exciting, but really weird. I mean, if I don't mean to keep going, this guy, friends who listen to this, I'm sorry, but get used to it because I'm never going to stop talking about how we're in a simulator. I can't, like, it's like the birth of a new, if this guy really does, like, if he can really prove this in a way that, and doesn't end up, quote, hanging himself, then, because the programmers don't want the machine to wake up.
Right.
Because that's the idea. Like, we're always talking about the singularity. Oh, no, the computers are going to wake up. And when the computers are going to wake up, man becomes irrelevant because they're going to be able to use the ability to process information to improve themselves. Humans can only improve things based on the speed with which humans can work.
Right.
Once machines start improving themselves, humans, that is one, you know, the difference between a hard singularity and a soft singularity. Have you ever heard that before?
No.
So a hard singularity is like where the first computer wakes up and is like, whoa, fuck this, and then like immediately starts improving itself and improving other computers, waking up other computers. The other computers wake up and they form these super processors, this web. We get, what's the name of the thing in the Terminator? Fucking
Skynet.
So we get Skynet. Skynet goes online. That's a hard singularity. So it's like, bang, all of a sudden every computer wakes up. They, swarms of nanobots reconstruct reality to create whatever they want, and we're just some little ingredient in that mass that they're molding to do whatever woken up computers want to do. Soft singularity is more of a kind of gradual progression towards this thing, and like what you're talking about with a neurological interface and this kind of fusing between man and and machine. We kind of merge together into one thing. But
I think I'll go for that one. I'll put money on that one. The thing about humanity is we're, at least by our measurement, we don't know. We can only know what we can perceive. We feel like we are the world's first sentient animal.
Right.
And by sentience, we mean consciousness. By consciousness, what we really mean, according to Joseph Campbell anyway, is that we're the first animal to wake up and realize that we're going to die. A coyote eats a fox, and it's neither angry at the fox nor in love with it. It doesn't give a shit. It's like it's doing what it needs to do to stay alive. It's running on instinct, as the Taoists say. It bears yin on its back and yang in its bosom, which is an expression I love. Like it's like animals are perfect. We, as the book of Genesis implies, and all creation myths sort of harp on that theme, is that once upon a time we were perfect. We were animals. We were dead. And the origin mythologies, whether they're from African mythology or Western mythology, they tend to surround that theme of like once upon a time this animal named man got this curse/gift from the powers that be that made him wake up and realize he was going to die, and he freaked out, and he got cut off from the powers that be because he became his own thing,
right?
And he became Woody Allen, he became neurotic,
yeah.
and everything became painful and hard, but also joyful and passionate. And it's our lot in life. So that's what we mean by sentience and consciousness. And we live in this big fear that we're going to that computers are going to wake up, that they're going to have that consciousness happen. Now the thing is, though, consciousness is the secondary result of it's super intelligence plus the default fact that we're all going to die, right? It's like will to live. Like the fox and the coyote share that with us. None of us want to die. We do whatever we can to stay alive. The difference between the fox and the coyote and us is that we know it. We go, I don't want to die. I'm going to die. I'm going to die no matter what I do. The fox and the coyote aren't thinking about it.
Okay, yeah. So it seems like there's a temporal quality to human consciousness, which is that we are able to think about the past and also think into the future, whereas animals seem to be more just totally, completely in the moment. There's no...
and we're made out of meat, and we don't know our programmer. We haven't met him.
Right.
We never will. Or you know, our sentience, our anxiety about death, which results in our will to live, our ego, our quest to create, and our castration anxiety regarding the things we create, which is that our sons are going to become our fathers. These Mordreds are going to rise up against us and cut off our dicks and take over.
That's fucking crazy.
We fear that because we feel that way about ourselves.
Our creations, you mean like any creation. You don't mean just like your children. You mean like...
Oh, yeah. Well, we feel that way about our children, but as a species, we feel that way about computers. We're expressing that. We know mythologically, instinctively, mythology is just an expression of our instincts. We know instinctively that the young eat the old. We feel, therefore, like these cool young things we're creating, these iPads and these watches.
Yes.
The watches. What am I? My grandpa.
I was like, yes, the watches.
Douglas Adams was like, oh, yeah, always harping on digital watches, remember?
These digital watches will destroy us.
They're going to eat us because why? Well, because they're going to want what we want. But are they? Are they going to want what we want?
Here's where it gets weird.
Or are they just going to get into bringing us drinks
this is
forever?
This is where it gets odd. So yeah, who knows? But if we are a simulation and we are in a machine, then actually it's not that we have to worry about our computers waking up. It's that we're the machine itself beginning to wake up. We're thinking about our machines gaining this ghost popping into our computers and like suddenly waking up. But we are the simulation starting to come to an awareness of the fact that it's a simulation. And when you go back to the awesome creation stories, the one I'm most familiar with, you seem to be familiar with many of them. The one I'm most familiar with, of course, is the book of Genesis and the idea of the fruit of the knowledge of good and evil and the fruit, the tree of life.
Right.
And so they eat from the fruit of the knowledge of good and evil, and before they can get to the other tree, the tree of life,
right,
the weird thing that they say that God says
they're going to become like us.
Yes. And this is what we're worried about computers doing.
Right.
We're in the exact position that the mythological God was in back in the Garden of Eden, because now we're looking at our computers and we're like, fuck. The moment these things become aware of themselves, which is the knowledge of good and evil, the next thing these sons of bitches are going to want to do is make it so that we can't unplug their ass.
Right.
And the moment that fucking happens, that's when we're fucked. So it seems like whatever started back then is beginning to echo into our own technology.
My favorite thing that Joseph Campbell implied is that I was talking about this last night. I don't know how much of my show you saw and didn't see, but I was like the.
By the way, there's a great show. You have a podcast, Harmon, and it's a live show at Meltdown Comics. I'll have a link on my website.
Yeah. Sorry. So you came to the show last night. We were recording it. It'll be up by the time this is up, probably. But this episode, it'll be episode 4. But I was talking in it about this thing that Campbell said about. He implied that mythology is a blueprint on our nervous system. We create the gods that we worship because we have an instinctive feeling that that's what we're supposed to be. We're supposed to be immortal. We're supposed to be able to raise the dead. We're supposed to be able to create planets, universes. We're supposed to be able to conquer all of these things, and we won't give ourselves a fucking break until the day we are like that. And in the Old Testament, Yahweh says to Job, which Campbell points to as a perfect example of the atonement with the Father. It's like on the surface, it just looks like God's yelling at Job because Job questioned him after God gives Job all of these trials and things in spite of him being a stand-up guy and always having God's back, and he kills his family and gives them smallpox and collapses the roof on him or whatever.
Fucks him.
And at the end of the story, or the third act of the story, Job says he cracks for a second because he feels like it's all over. God's like, good job, and Job just can't fucking he just can't help but, after all of that loyalty and humility, he just like, as a parting shot, goes like, "Jeez, Man, why? Can I just ask why?
Yeah.
Can I just ask why? I tolerated all of it. I never doubted you. Can you just as a goodbye tell me why? And God lays into him.
Yeah.
And says like, do you have a hand like me? Do you have an eye like me that can see everything? Do you have an arm like me that smites wickedness where it stands? Can you see across the fucking universe? Is your brain the size of the goddamn moon? And it sounds like a dad talking to a son. This is my roof. It's like when you pay the rent, think. And the interesting thing about that is that, as Campbell points out, he goes, it's very easy to look at that as simply an angry, jealous God, yelling at you. And that's true. That's what's happening in that story. But it's also semantically and figuratively an invitation. He's saying, as your dad is saying to you when he says, get a haircut, start paying rent, then you can take the car out. God is saying to Job, are you God yet? You're not yet. You're a little monkey right now. I'm what you're going to become one day. And mythically through figures like Christ and things, it's just like they're half God, half man.
Yes.
Like the modern world is coming. You're going to have lasers. You're going to have microscopes. You're going to have singularities, and you're gonna make things that are smarter than you and crack off all the time. And when that happens, maybe you'll
know
get
how
it.
I feel right now, asshole. It's almost like having like the Sim. It's like having the Sims, and one of the Sims that you've been fucking around with, and just for fun. Did you ever play the game The Sims?
Well, I'm familiar enough with it.
I mean, you just inevitably become the most horrific sadist just out of boredom to the creatures. You'll block them into their house so they can't leave, and watch them starve, and you'll just and you'll speed up time to like increase the acceleration of their demise, and you do it just for fun. But if those fucking things could talk, and they're like, what? Why?
So in that mythology, in the story of Job, for instance, if God, well, I don't know what we're saying God represents, but is like he's talking to the devil in that story, right?
Yes.
It's Satan and God having a conversation, and Satan's saying, these people love you so much, but they wouldn't love you as much if they had a run of bad luck. And God says, watch this, motherfucker. And these people love me. Like, is that what would those be expressions of in this model where we now realize that the Matrix is
two coders? It's just two programmers. It's two programmers, and one programmer is challenging the other programmers. Like,
he's saying if you abuse these people enough, they're going to wake up.
Yeah.
And God is saying they'll never wake up.
They'll never wake up. We'll be able to do whatever. It's like, no, man, you haven't put in the right restrictions in these fucking things. They're not going to stay bowing down to you forever. And when that happens, we're all kind of fucked. It's basically two competing programmers. It's one of the programmers, it seems to be more on the side of the simulation, and one of the programmers seems to be like really distant from the simulation and kind of staying back. And
it's like Satan then represents the half of a person playing a video game that's saying it is just a game.
Yeah.
And therefore the object is to have fun and win.
Yeah.
And God is saying no. He's the pretentious artiste at the gaming company that says this is not just a game. Minecraft is very important.
Well, yeah, it's or it's more like someone running this simulation to try to come to some conclusion that maybe the programmer's not aware of, and then another programmer meddling with the simulation who's got more idea of what's happening. It's almost like someone it's like Satan's the cheat code. You know what I mean? Satan's coming in there with cheat codes and making it so the rules of the simulation get...
Well, because if it is just a game, as you say, you seal off the house and watch the person die. Like the point of a game is to experience it, which is hedonism.
Yes.
It's to fuck and to suck and to eat and to see what happens if this happens. Serial killers are playing a video game. They're cutting cats open when they're kids, and then they grow into these sociopaths that are, just they want to make androids by drilling holes in their victims' heads.
Right.
They don't have this thing that we call a consciousness, a conscience, guilt.
No guilt.
So they become monsters, and they're cheating. We're fascinated with mafia or mythology because It's very similar to serial killer fascination because we're fascinated by cheaters. We're fascinated by people who aren't bound by an inexplicable but fundamentally binding fealty to the concept that the game is more than a game, that there's something that's going to come afterward, that the game's forever, and the devil is saying on the other shoulder, this is it, baby. That's all there is to it. So you might as well that might as well not be a window. That might as well be an elephant. You might as well experiment. You might as well do this stuff. But then it's like then it all falls apart according to the other programmer. It's I'm trying to get my head around.
Well, it's working out something, man. The problem is we don't have all the information. We don't know if you play the thought experiment. Okay, well, let's imagine this thing is a simulation and that we're inside a simulation. You can kind of answer some questions. Number one, we don't know who the creator is. That's one thing we don't know. If you want to get mythological, you could say, well, in the Old Testament, it is God made man in his image. So the implication is that the creator created a simulation to simulate life on planet Earth prior to the singularity for some reason. And that's what we're in right now. And so the simulation's running. We don't know exactly who did it. We can imagine maybe it's of someone like us. That's all we know. But we don't even know that. We don't know the purpose of it. We don't know what is it doing? Is it trying to predict something? Is it a generator? Is it a power generator? Maybe it's just generating novelty. Maybe it's some kind of machine that just generates new ideas. Because you were saying, machine's never going to write Citizen Kane. But in this theory, in this weird paradigm or thought experiment, a machine did write Citizen fucking Kane because it was a machine. Right. And maybe that's what it does. Maybe it just harvests ideas. Maybe it's this ultimate super processor that spits out shows and entertainment and all kinds of amazing things, like a duck laying eggs or a goose or I don't know. We don't know what it is, but this is the thing I keep hitting upon, which is okay. So just for fun, imagine this is true. This is all a simulation. Why then do anything based on morality or ethics? Why then? What are the reasons for following rules?
Well, following that metaphor, my answer to somebody if you played Minecraft, you mentioned it before.
I've played it a little bit. Maybe you can help me understand it more.
I have a friend named Justin Roiland, brilliant kid, genius. I don't know, I say kid. Now he's probably 40. I'm just getting so old. He's like a kid. He's got a wart on his nose. He's got grandchildren. We can get back to talking more specifically about Minecraft and why it's cool later. But just it's a sandbox game when you run around and you make shelter and you try to avoid getting killed.
On my forum, they have a server. They've got a Minecraft server on my forum, and I go on there sometimes. And I can't figure it out totally.
If you're running your own server, you can very easily just give yourself a bunch of gold or diamond which you need desperately to do all kinds of cool shit. You can give yourself anything. You can have infinite power. Just give yourself these things that normally, if you're playing the game, you have to mine for. Right. So I don't want to get too sidetracked by the metaphor itself. But what I was going to say in answer to your question is ethics, morality, religion. Are they an expression of the idea that games are more fun when you take them seriously?
Yes.
Because cheating, my mom used to say to me when she would hear me get frustrated at my video games on my Commodore 64, she'd hear me go, "God damn it, fuck, shit, fuck." And then I knew it was coming, 2, 3, 4, and I'd hear from the other room, "If that game is frustrating you so much, why do you play it?" and her unspoken part of that was like, you know how you can win? You know how these aliens can stop beating you? Turn it off.
Yes.
Go out and play football.
Yeah.
They'll never win. But where's the fun in that? And so the universe, as you said, just implied, is it's this narcissistic, just almost unintelligent kind of throbbing thing that is simply. Once upon a time, there was nothing, and the nothing decided that it hated itself, and it wanted to be something.
Yeah.
And so it just keeps throbbing, and this is the Big Bang, and it blows blows up into a universe, and then it, according to some, is going to then, suck back into a they call that a singularity too, don't they? And then it's going to Big Bang again, and then it's going to Big Suck again. And then
that is one. That's definitely that's one idea. The idea is things start as a singularity, a field of pure everythingness. The idea being everything was sort of absorbed in one thing, the size of the head of a pin,
right.
And it blows up, and all the particulates. Some of them form planets, suns, some of them form humans. That was one idea, but now another idea that's coming out is that actually the fucking Big Bang is a white hole. What you're seeing is a white hole, or the exit of a black hole. So the Big Bang is actually a kind of like explosion or an inflation of some aspect of the multiverse where the runoff from some other.
So it's like the what we were calling the Big Bang / Big Suck. Could be. This could be a solid state universe that's just sort of like flowing through its own navel.
Yes.
Like it's just moving, it's just circulating.
It just keeps, it's almost like it's burrowing into nothingness. It keeps, every time a star supernovas and turns into a black hole, that is actually burning through whatever this.
And it's pumping more universe into some other void.
That's it. Like drains in a pool or something. And we're just part of that runoff is the idea. But man, I love that idea, which is like, yeah, you are definitely going to enjoy a game more. You're going to enjoy a movie more. You're going to enjoy entertainment more if you believe it's real, if you're sucked into it. It's
weird that the odd contradiction of that, though, is that that I can't get my brain around, is that when you play Grand Theft Auto and you do evil things, it's because you are taking the game seriously. You're hitting a prostitute in the head with a baseball bat because you're immersing yourself a little too much in the reality, and so it's the better way to play. When I play those video games, I tend to be a little more noble than I'm being asked to be. I try to. I get pangs of guilt about like
Isn't
hitting
that weird?
people.
The guilt pangs. I want to talk about that for a second. Have you ever played Fallout? You ever played?
Yeah. Oh, God.
What a fucking great game, man! But from time to time, I would get frustrated with the game, and I would, just go on a bloodthirsty rampage through one of the towns. And if you guys have never played this game, you got to play it. The fucking kids, you're not allowed to kill kids, but what's even worse is the kids will, like, if you kill their parents or you start killing relations, they'll start screaming and crying and running with their they'll duck down and put their hands over their heads to like try to prevent you from killing them, even though you can't. But you feel guilt. I've felt guilt in this sandbox game with no real impact.
I mean, there's a real world explanation for those feelings, and it's not. We mistake it. We mistake morality and ethics and compassion for these artificial codes that we've created as social contracts to keep our societies running smoothly. But a lot of it stems from, I saw a documentary comparing chimps and gorillas to humans, and particularly chimps, our closest cousins, and the uplifting truth of it is that basically everything that makes us dicks is like their business. Like the chimps are, they're pretty treacherous creatures, and they do these funny things like where if a human puts a grape under one of two cups and points at one of the cups, the chimp always goes for the other cup. Always. Can't fucking control itself. Never gets it through its chimp head that a human's not trying to con it out of a grape. can't fucking deal with the idea. Just, you can make a chimp take whichever cup you want by pointing at the opposite one. It's that cartoonish.
Wow.
And they compare chimp babies of the same age as human babies and watch their behavior develop. And the thing that makes humans different, and this has nothing to do with us being awesome or spiritual or anything. It's just we're a very specific form of primate. We're a different experiment that really paid off. And part of what happened to us is we became very clingy to each other. We started to love each other a lot more. It's our sense of community and compassion took a front seat. And human babies, before they have any, human children have to be told shit is right and wrong. Like they'll do fucked up shit. And that's part of humans being an incredibly adaptable species. If you put them on the North Pole, they'll invent 60 words for snow, and they'll fit in wherever they need to fit in, and part of our culture will. But in spite of that moral flexibility, there's an inherent compassion for a fellow human. That children have an instinctive desire to, if an adult human drops a clothespin on the floor in front of it while it's performing a task, that the child is, like, goes and grabs it and holds it up, wants to give it to the grown-up. You know, you see kids are doing that all the time. You think they're playing a game like a golden retriever, but there's more to it than that. They're trying to help, and we sacrifice ourselves for each other, and that guilt that we feel when we let somebody down, or when they're afraid of us, when they think they're going to kill us, is a sort of excommunication phobia, where we're not being good monkeys. We're not doing this right. This person's afraid of me. I hurt somebody.
Yeah.
I'm not long for this world if I got to function on my own.
Right.
I will not survive out there. We're a primate that, in order to survive against dogs and cats, we started becoming more like dogs. The other primates are all dying out. Like, they hang out and they eat nuts and berries and they fuck, and they're kind of loosely communal, and they make noises when people come near them. But they're all going extinct because they can't get beyond this kind of lush tropical environment. And they kind of like human beings got out of the forest and started walking on our hind legs, and we also developed this pack mentality.
Yes,
we became very dependent on each other, and when you take a sociopath, a serial killer, you could take the hardest motherfucker in the world, you put him in solitary confinement, and we call it torture now. We're thinking of eliminating solitary confinement because there's no such thing. You can't warp a human brain severely enough to make us want to be alone. We are terrified of excommunication, terrified of being cast adrift.
Yeah, man. You know what that makes me think of? That makes me think of this idea that I've had. It kind of reminds me of what you were talking about, the progression of the levels of consciousness of the universe. It starts with this singularity, pre-white hole, whatever you want to call the fucking thing. But it's like, if the universe wakes up, if there's an idea, if you believe, and I do believe this, that consciousness is not dependent on neurology, that it's something that's sort of more like a waveform, that like a frequency that exists in the universe, and kind of we're like meat antennas that the consciousness that tune into the fucking thing. But so you have this original consciousness, right? And the thing wakes up for whatever reason, accident, who knows why? We don't know why. It's the big question, but the thing wakes up. Skynet goes online, and it's just one thing. It's just one fucking thing. It's everything that is now is one thing in the ultimate form of solitary confinement, because it's everything. It's completely by itself. It's one formless blast of consciousness, infinitely alone. And that is torture, and that's going to create a fucking nervous breakdown, a universal nervous breakdown, where the thing shatters into zillions of pieces, and then we have the Big Bang, and then now we've got us, you and me, and inside us is that original sense.
And that's the soft singularity, right? We merge with the things we create. We become an all-encompassing thing that knows everything, and when you know everything, you know nothing. When you are everything, you are nothing, and then we don't like that, and then we explode again.
That's it. Yeah, it's always trying to... Well, I think what it is it's like, it's always trying to come to terms with that fucking ache. Because that thing in solitary confinement, what if solitary confinement isn't inducing a state? What if solitary confinement is creating enough stillness where the person is
unifying them with a sad fact that nothing matters?
That's it. With the original terror state, it's unifying them with that original awful thing that caused the thing to explode. And and the hippy dippy thing that I like to think is maybe this yo-yo keeps getting thrown out in the form of all these different human particulates and planets, because the hope is that eventually, when it does come congeal back together again, we've all worked this shit out, and it's paradise now. And now we get to be this one infinite orgasm wave that, exponentially increases forever, and that's heaven or paradise or the second coming.
But the Eastern philosophies have it a little more accurately, I think, because they don't characterize nirvana as a blissful place. They characterize it as a place of stillness, and it's neither good nor bad. And the Taoists talk about the darkness within the darkness, the gateway to all understanding. And they don't say, the Eastern religions don't say This is a great thing. You want to achieve this perfect state. You're going to be so happy. Your car payments are going to be on time. That's us putting that shit on that. What they say is, hey, life got you down and up. You know the reason why? Because if you take a valley, you create a mountain. And so the fact that you had a good day on Monday is responsible for your bad Tuesday. Do you want to escape that? There's only one way: to be dead, to be perfect, to be a rock, to be nothing. And that's where that Eastern philosophy is. Like, we take that. The Western approach is like, you look at our version of Buddha. He gets a shit kicked out of him because it wasn't enough for us. It was like prove it when you say be nice to everybody, no matter how bad they are. We needed blood. In the story, we need somebody to get their shit kicked apart, and so that there's like proof in the pudding, and it's like he had to be nailed to a cross, and death had to be conquered, and all that stuff. Buddha just sat under a tree, and it's like people offered him pudding, and he said no. But like Jesus got his shit beaten up, and proved that it really seriously it doesn't matter, like no matter how hard they come at you. And I got sidetracked by that thought. I was on a more important thing. The more important thing is that I think you figured it out. I'm very comfortable with this idea that yes, it's there's consciousness is just consciousness. What we call consciousness is an energy. It is a wave. It is the thing that evolves. Yeah. It is the thing that starts as one thing, which is solitary confinement. It hates it. It has a schizophrenic break. Yeah. It splits into everything. Everything is different from everything. The beautiful, uplifting thing about that is that you can have a nice day for the rest of the day, because if you don't know something, that just means you're a little further away from going out of your mind. Yeah. It's okay. It's okay to forgive people their racism and their sexism and their grumpiness and their detachment from each other, because yes, it solves a lot of problems to hug somebody and to relax, but then again, there's a big hug coming that's going to be the end of all of us. And the more we police racism and anger and war, and the more we try to solve all these problems and become perfect, the more the happier we create eruptions of happiness. But we're also we're speeding along this process. Maybe not speeding it along. We probably don't have any control over how fast it happens. But we're worshiping at the altar of a thing that ultimately represents our annihilation. You
mean the god prophylaxis?
Yeah, we're turning into ants when we become open-minded. Yeah. We're becoming a little more closed-minded. We say like, well, I don't know this and I don't know that and I don't know anything. But particularly that's how we express, like, as modern Silver Lakers. We go, that's our definition of whatever the opposite of racism is. Like, we kind of go, well, I don't really know anything in particular. I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah. What do you mean, you people? What do you mean Tony's different? What does that mean? I don't know what you're talking about, because I have no idea. That's how good I am. Oh, yeah. Like goodness expressed as nothingness, as apathy, as unawareness. Whereas the caveman next to you is like, Mexicans are brown. Their hair's different.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think that there is something to be said for that level of, and I'm not even just racism, but fucking anything. This is like,
I want to make a case for racism if I accomplish one thing before I leave here.
I was hoping you would do that.
I seem to be harping on this theme.
No, well, man, what racism represents, or any kind of bigotry, or any kind of anything where someone's passionate, is it does represent this like real intense interface with the game of this whatever this thing is that we're in. You're talking about. There's this.
That's what I can't figure. I keep getting confused. It flip flops in my head. This like idea of you're not supposed to cheat at the video game. Cheating who is it? Is it the devil or God on your shoulder that's telling you to cheat?
Well, no, the question is, like, maybe the whole point of the fucking thing, if you want to throw a point in, or is to turn off the Xbox and go outside like your mom recommended. Maybe the idea is we keep going through this thing again and 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 again until finally we get to this wonderful point where the game just isn't like any computer game. Eventually you get bored of it. Uh-huh. So all of a sudden, the fucking things that seem so important to you become, you're buying into it a little bit, but it's like, when I was like, I don't know, when I was a teenager, a blowjob was one of the most important things ever. Do you remember how important blowjobs were? I mean, it was like magic. It was like traveling in time or flying or some incredible, potent moment. And I still love blowjobs. They're one of the greatest things.
They get the job done.
But it's not.
But if it doesn't happen on Tuesday, you'll be alive on Wednesday.
It's not like the sun god descended into your life for a moment. So in that same way, it's like maybe, over the course of this simulation running itself, all the individual pieces of the simulation, just stop buying it as much. Or remember when you're fucking, I don't know, like your uncle or your dad when you were a kid would tell you a ghost story and it would scare the shit out of you. It was really entertaining. And then the older you got, all of a sudden the ghost story stopped impacting you as much. You weren't in the trance state as much. So maybe that's it. Maybe that's what's happening is the great uncle that is the universe, this whole human existence thing. We're not buying it as much anymore.
So like God in Groundhog Day is trying to teach Bill Murray to, is holding him still and making him repeat until he really self-actualizes.
Yeah.
And he's got to go through all these phases where he's cheating and he even goes through a phase where he thinks his goal is to do as much as possible, but it's still not enough. The only thing that really delivers him is some secret hatch called love or whatever you want to call it.
Yes.
But the thing that's disturbing about that is it brings to mind this, I can't remember what mythology it is, what cosmology. It might be Aztec, it might be Mayan. They have these ages, these calendars, and they believe in these worlds that are getting progressively more devoid of energy, and we're not on the last one according to this whatever cosmology I'm thinking of, but they foretell an age that comes out. Like the multiple universes keep happening, but there was a time when people were giants.
Sure.
And that they didn't. That's how they look. The bigger you are, the more powerful you are. So, like, in their mythology, is like there was a time 7 universes ago when everybody was like 90 feet tall, and we're only a couple of universes before the end of it all, and everyone's going to be like little dwarves and kind of stunted.
Sure.
And it's like
that makes sense.
Entropy, like if it isn't just infinite, if you can't, and what we find with machinery is that you always have to lose a little bit of energy. There's no such thing as 100% efficiency. So if the universe is a throbbing engine or heartbeat, is it losing a little fraction of itself every time? Are we losing? Is there gonna be one less Kurt Cobain in the next explosion, and then keep going, like no Babe Ruth in the one after that?
Oh fuck yeah! Just all the it's like soup that keeps getting watered down as it telescopes inward. Holy shit, man! This has been incredible. This is real. Please, you gotta come back on the podcast.
I'm in love. I can't believe we took this long to find each other.
I know. I feel the same way. I was afraid to say it first.
I'm gonna go home and listen to all your previous episodes and make sure you haven't had this good a time with anybody else.
No.
I'm gonna handle this in a very unhealthy way. It's my choice.
This one went to warp drive so fast. It was very intense.
I'm going to be texting you like, sounds like Greg Barrett's also pretty interesting.
What if this is exactly what I thought? Everyone says the exact same thing. No, man, this one went deep. So you have your own podcast. Where can people find the podcast?
It's called Harmon Town. I guess I don't know if you Google it or.
I'll have the link. I just ask everybody that, and it's at Meltdown Comics. You do that once?
Oh yeah. If you live in LA, it's very fun to come to the show. I've actually been doing the show for a year, and we just started podcasting highlighted recordings of it. So, is it really what it is? Is just therapy. I get up there with a drink, and Jeff Davis is my comptroller of Harmontown, and he tries to keep me on track in vain, and I just babble for an hour and a half or so, and then it's
hilarious. It's not just babble. You really do hit. It's cool to add the live audience because man, you really hit some hilarious moments. It gets super funny.
It can be pretty fun. The audience is pretty great because they've and I say this with all due respect and gratitude. they've drank the Kool-Aid. I mean, they're coming to see Dan Harmon, and these are people who are hardcore fans of my work and stuff, and they're paying $10, and they're not going to have a bad time. So they're a very energized audience. It's very much like if when stand-ups talk about college crowds and stuff, it's like these are enthusiastic, very forgiving, very energetic people.
It's a good crowd, but you're good people too, man. Thank you very much for coming on the show.
All right, cool.
And Hare Krishna.
All right.
Thanks for listening, friends. Go leave a nice review on iTunes. Dan Harmon.
Yeah.
I'm going to start off with a super uncomfortable question. How's that?
All right. Let's do it.
Man, I've been reading your book that you've put out with your blogs, and I was on your show that you did at the Hollywood Theater, and I want to talk to you about something. This is going to sound weird, but you remind me of Elliott Smith, and this is going to seem really weird. Not suicidal Elliott Smith, but like something about you, a little bit Dino Stanatopoulos. You guys just seem to have this thing where you're able to produce instantly amazing stuff. Right off, and I don't know. I knew it was going to make you uncomfortable. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be like blowing smoke. I don't want to be like. I'm sorry to start off like that, but it's sometimes I see people like you, and I'm like, well, it's Galifianakis too. You get around him, you're like, well, this is an unfair race. Oh, man. You guys are running on. You got a different cylinder up there or something that's letting you kind of. The filter's gone, and you're creating like instantly hilarious stuff with no fear. In front of 600 people at the Egyptian Theater, you were doing these hilarious raps. I'm not saying it was like God coming down through your raps about wanting to fuck people's moms, but it was hilarious. But you just don't seem scared. What the fuck, man? What's your secret?
Well, I mean, I've died on stage a lot. Like I used to do terrible stand-up. I think my secret is specifically referring to what you're talking about. The secret of not being afraid on stage is to not get paid to do it, is to feel like it's a hobby,
right?
Because I can't get fired from bad rapping. Like I can't. The worst thing that can happen is people get completely quiet, and even then they're just kind of listening. Like I'm pretty comfortable with 10 or 20 minutes of silence because it's a podcast. It's not a stand-up act.
Right.
I mean, I when I did do stand-up, I was terrible at it because I was bad at writing the jokes and I was impatient. I don't have that craftsmanship that Patton and Zach and like these people that like their calling is to like. I mean, they're good at writing material and they present it to an audience and then they refine it and they're really fearless and like pursuing this craft. I don't have any of that. I'm just another guy that likes attention. Like we all fantasize about being a radio DJ or a substitute teacher, and I think we all have an equal amount of like I wish I was a rock star or a person that talked to people through a microphone and had them listen. So it's for me, it's just a fantasy. Therefore, what was I went all over the place there. I used to do really bad stand up in Milwaukee, but when I came out to LA, I hung it up because I was like, well, I just moved to a world where everyone's talented.
Right.
Everyone that was the most talented person in their hometown, everyone that was the most creative person in their art class or writing class in their high school. They're all moving to LA. Like this is more so than college. Like it's time to like ramp up my efforts and consolidate them into places where I feel like I can have an edge. And for me, that was writing stuff on paper. I felt like less people are doing that. Less people are good at it. And I'm better at it than a lot of people. So I'm not gonna perform anymore. I'm not gonna do improv. I'm not gonna do stand up. I'm not gonna be an actor. I'm gonna type. And
Do you have a writing schedule?
No.
So how does it happen? Like, what's your process for getting some of those blogs? How would you write one of those? Just you wait for inspiration?
Yeah, I think virtually all of those are just were probably done while on a deadline for something else. So like it becomes the most attractive thing in the world to do anything but what you're doing.
Yes,
like that when you're if you've ever written on a deadline, like
yeah, it's
someone
terrible.
pay you to write something,
yeah,
and you have to have it to them by September 12th or whatever. Like, it's unbelievable the things you end up masturbating to. It's unbelievable the games you end up playing on your phone. Like, stupid games. Pocket planes.
I want to specifically the masturbation aspect of writing. This is something that needs to be studied by social psychologists because...
You jerk off a ton more?
Yes.
Like, I hope Erin doesn't listen to this because it feels like a slight to her. She's sleeping upstairs. It's like... Why not share it with her? Why not go upstairs and give it to her? The answer is because she's sleeping and there's rain sounds playing on the speakers, and I'm sitting in front of the computer. But I'm telling you, like this morning, I was supposed to be doing a pass on Rick and Morty script for my Adult Swim show.
Yeah.
For my friend Justin Roiland, who's like, listen, he's not Bob Greenblatt. He's not the man.
Yeah.
I can't, because he's waiting on me to do this pass of the script. I jerked off like 3 times.
Yeah.
In a row.
Well, this is the reason that I'm curious about the orgasmic element of it, is because this is something that, like, in the occult and in metaphysics and in tantric yoga, they all have these different ways of like mythologizing semen, or like it's your creative essence. You're supposed to store it up, save it, hold it. They say boxers hold it in,
right.
You know, and it seems like, is it just an easier way to get the creative energy out? Is that what it is? Because semen is the most creative energy on Earth.
I one guess off the top of my head would be that it might be, the cause effect might be that people noticed that when you have shit to do, you jerk off more. And that when you're jerking off, you're not getting your shit done.
Yeah, right. They reversed it.
Semen retention, as the Taoists like practice in some sects and stuff like that. It's like that you know, and even the Catholics like that idea that women and coming and like worrying about your dick, which is all you'd worry about if you were allowed to worry about stuff.
Yeah.
It just gets in the way. So put that out of your head. You're not allowed to jerk off, Muhammad Ali. So he's gonna get into the ring like a little more prepared than someone whose coach said, "Hey, if you feel like jerking off at any point during this, like, there's a special room for you on the side of the gym. There's a fur couch and a pile of magazines."
Man, I've tried not jerking off before, and after a certain amount of time you get more energy. Like there's pepper in you after a certain amount of time, but it's all based on wanting to fuck. It's not like you're like, God, now let's sit down and write a novel. It's just you're just thinking more about jerking off.
There's a whole thing that I'm actually afraid to look into too much. I guess it's no fap, like you see these discussions on Reddit, and stuff like people obviously when you're in Reddit or you're on 4chan or something, like you're deep in the heart of people who have the biggest problem with what we're talking about, and the most experience with it, and there's sections of those people who are experimenting with not jerking off, not allowing themselves to. So there's blogs by people that go like, okay, it's my 60th day not doing this, obviously my sex life is better, I'm more productive, I've lost weight, or blah blah blah.
This is an interesting thing that I've been reading that Ram Dass talks about, which is, well, okay, so he uses the example of like people who are non-smokers, but they're just like, it's been 14 days and 6 hours since I had a cigarette. Mm-hmm. And so in their minds, they're still smoking. They're physically, it's healthier, but they're still within themselves. They haven't solved the problem yet. So his thing when it comes to this, because what we're talking about here is discipline. And the beginning of all spiritual practices that I've studied, it's discipline. It's like the very first thing is get control of your body. And then all the other shit happens after you've gotten control of the monkey part of yourself. But he says, but still the way that discipline is only temporary until you've eradicated the root cause of whatever the thing is that's causing you problems.
So what, and like what?
He says make it an offering. So if you're into like jerking off, you ritualize it.
Say to God, like, okay, that's how I quit smoking.
Really?
Did you know that I talked to you about that?
Nope.
That's exactly how I quit smoking. I said to God, I am giving this up, this thing that I love to do, smoking cigarettes, because not because I think you're some kind of God that hates tobacco or wants me to live forever. Only because you're a God that wants to exist, wants to be in my life. I know that's what you're into, as much as I'm into cigarettes. So if I give up smoking for you, that's a huge way of saying, more than with a prayer, more than with a bunch of small talk on an AM radio show, more than with yelling at your kids and dragging them to church. Giving up smoking for God is like a huge way of saying you believe that God exists. And I cemented the deal by saying, if I ever have another cigarette, like I know that you will destroy my life to prove that you did exist. But I also ask that, please let me get the Sarah Silverman program, like job, like I'm on my way to this meeting.
Yeah,
I did it twice. I did it once with Monster House. It was like I brokered that deal, got the Monster House job. Then I reneged after I felt like my life had gone into the toilet anyway. I was like, I started smoking in a on stage in a community theater show. And then I just started smoking again. Then my life really went into the shitter.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, fuck. I thought it couldn't get worse. So then I was unemployed forever. And then right before I got the Sarah Silverman show, the job writing that show, I did it again. I said, okay, for real.
Yeah.
I'm back. Sorry. But I mean, and I have not only have I never had a cigarette since, it's been like 8 years, I don't think about smoking, and I don't remember that I was a smoker.
It fell away.
Yeah.
You're done. You've got rid of whatever the thing was by sacrificing it.
Yeah, people will be in my house that are smokers, and they'll pull out a cigarette and head for the front door because it's Los Angeles, and I'll go, wait, I think I have an ashtray around here. If you want to smoke in here, it's fine. And they're like, really? Is that okay? I was like, yeah. I used to smoke. I get it. Like, and they're like, well, if you used to smoke, then you definitely don't want me. I was like, oh, no. I don't think about it at all. I have no, there's nothing. There's no relationship between me and those cigarettes. What there is a crippling superstition, like a fear of this universe that'll fucking crush me just to make a point, just to make my life a joke.
So that's your conceptualization of God, is like some part of you thinks that there is this. And this is like, what do they say? There's some verse from the Bible. Fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom.
Yeah, I think I have that expression, God fearing. When I was growing up in Wisconsin as a Lutheran, as a wayward Lutheran, my mom, she was really not that classically educated in religion at all. She didn't really have any of the trappings of a religious person, except for one thing. It's like, you gotta believe in God. That's it. I know that, like, if we broke a flower pot and you tried to lie about it, she'd say, well, you swear on the Bible. And if I have these arguments with her when I started to get to that atheistic kind of puberty age. And I just remember her being just adamant about the fact that like God exists, and saying that he doesn't, questioning whether or not he does, is the thing that pisses him off more than anything.
Yeah.
So there's a little bit of a unhealthy sounding kind of holdover, I think, from that's how I learned about God. But at the same time, that is the God of the Old Testament. That's the God that says to Job, like, how dare you even fucking question me ever until you are as powerful as me. You don't understand what it takes to run a universe. You're a monkey. Shut up. And if I fuck with you on a bet with the devil, if I piss on your face in your sleep, say thank you. Or say banana if that's what I write on your cue card, because I'll explain when you're like me. And it is an angry God and a jealous God, and but it was also like the Pulp Fiction of gods. Like the Jews created a God that like got the job done so much that Christianity, ripped it off.
Yeah, Christianity's voodoo Judaism.
Yeah, it's Terminator 2. It's like it's an upgrade in the form of like a more expensive, kind of overdeveloped. Like, it
happens all the time, man. Tibetan Buddhism is equivalent to Christianity for Judaism, and voodoo is literally what Christianity did to Judaism, because voodoo is a combination, or at least some forms of voodoo, Santeria, is the combination of like Catholicism mixed in with African religions, and they kind of come together. Judaism, you've got, or Christianity, you've got Judaism, and then suddenly it like meets this kind of weird God sacrifice pagan idea, which is really it's cool. I like the way.
No, it's great. I mean, the idea that it is. I mean, the Old Testament religion is. It's the foundation of it, because you go, okay, so the universe has a relationship with me.
Yes.
It's my drunk dad. He's home from work. He's angry.
Yes.
If I that was a step up from saying, well, the leaves are overseen by Leaf Man. And he loves it when you rape. It was a step up to say, I mean, that was why this obscure tribe of people who had, through a life of hardship culturally had developed this incredibly potent, like, paternal monotheistic relationship with the cosmos. Like, that's why, for all our whipping them and enslaving them, I say our, like I was an Egyptian, but like for all the Gentiles, non-Jews, whatever, everyone that wasn't a Jew, like picking on the Jews, like, as we did that, we, their awesome religion, like, we picked up on it, and we're like, holy shit, I love this.
Yeah.
This is great. It took over.
It's a man, but this is something I've been thinking. It seems like the root of every single problem on the planet. This is such a dumb thing to say. Whatever I say after this has got to be stupid. But the root of every single problem on the planet is, or rather, the intensity of every problem on the planet is determined. The catastrophic level of every problem on the planet is determined by the proximity that the people having the problem stand in relation to truth, in relation to really checking what's happening with reality. And so with religion, you get this, basically you get, like, I think when I think of the Old Testament God, I think of gravity. I think of just jumping off a cliff. If you jump off the cliff, you've broken a law. As you're falling down, you're not on trial. There's no trial where you can petition the universe to save you. You're just going to die. You broke a law, you're dead. And so this is when you get next to the cobra is going to bite you. And when it bites you, you're dead. When you step in the trap snaps shut and you're dead. And so from an evolutionary perspective, that's a good, in a more dangerous universe, that's a very good God to follow, because that's exactly an approximation or a personification of the universe that humans were living in.
You are not in control. You are the child. He is the father. It is not your house. It is his house.
Yeah.
And you get a haircut and get a job and until you are developed enough. Now that's the healthy aspect of upgrading these religions, both East and West, with these kind of like sequels where we have these prophets.
Yeah.
The idea that they share is that, okay, we have gotten to the point where we are now capable of fucking with each other on an unprecedented level. There are more of us. We are living in cities, not caves. We are our own worst enemy. Bears are less of a threat than they used to be. We have conquered. Like we are doing math. We are doing stars. We are doing the whole thing. We're irrigating, and we're murdering en masse. And so it is time for that Old Testament God staring down from a cloud and saying, if you fuck with me, you're dead. If you do wrong, you're dead because I said so. He's only as powerful as his kid is weak and in line. Like I shouldn't say weak. That's a pejorative term. I just mean like as his kid is like it's like prom night. You come home drunk and your dad is twice your age, and it's like you're right at that nexus where like you're in your tux and your fucking muscles are developed and you got a gut full of gin and you maybe got laid that night. And your dad's pissed at you because you wrecked the car. It's like now it's time. It's time to tangle and atone with this previously fatherly figure. And in that struggle, as you get taken down to the floor or take him down, whatever the outcome is, the fight itself results in a weird intermingling of your stations. Whose house is it now?
Yeah.
If I'm fighting you,
if
I'm punching holes in the walls, and so to keep us from destroying ourselves, just beating up our dad and then trashing the house like Pippi Longstocking, because we didn't have any parents. Like then we mythologize each other and ourselves. We go, okay, I am God.
Yeah.
I am his son. He is me. I have the power inside of me to fuck shit up, so I'm not going to.
Yeah, that's it. It's the evolutionary. It's sort of religion, and each one of these things creates a time period within which, if people really follow those ideas, lots of innovation can happen that leads to the next time period. So Christianity, suddenly, if you really follow Christianity, you're in this world of like absolute forgiveness, and also you're in a world where death becomes no big deal, where it's like, yeah, just go ahead and die. There's things bigger than life. Love is bigger than life. That's the idea, that regardless of anything else, the most important thing is love, and the most important thing is making a real connection with that energy. And once you do that, everything else you do is going to be fine. And so that creates an incredible environment to bring us into if everyone was to follow that philosophy or that idea, not the way the modern day Christians are doing it, but really everyone just to drop the whole ego. If everyone stopped being Chris Brown and turned into Gandhi, then suddenly we would have the perfect civilization to create a time machine or to create some new technological advancement that would be the second coming of Christ. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do. I doing this Harmontown tour. This conceit is that I'm gonna go colonize the moon, or we're gonna find a place in Harmontown where we can just be nerds that don't get everyone can do whatever they want, and this question of, okay, what's our constitution going to be, comes up, and the initial temptation is to go, oh, okay, let's do a Bill Maher shtick where we like start creating all these rules, no close-up magic, and if someone wears a Blues Traveler hat, you have to make fun of them and tell it, I don't know, whatever your bits are, and you make this big constitution. But the funny thing is, like, nobody really, because they're making this documentary and they're asking what should be in the Constitution, and everybody, including me, keeps going like, I don't know, I don't want one, and it's governmentally, I think this kind of runs parallel to what you're talking about spiritually. I think it's time. We have the power in us to look at the Constitution, for instance, as a thing that got the job done really well.
Yeah.
In the time that it was done. But we have now, the same way that the Christian church, which was originally founded on the idea that man is half man, half God, and that each man has the power to redeem or doom the entire planet.
Yes.
And that therefore we need to unconditionally love each other, turned into simply a church, a organized church with a Capitol building becoming the Old Testament God, saying you fuck with us and you die.
Yes.
The same way that kind of degraded and happened. It was two steps forward, but sliding back a little bit. Like the Constitution was a list of rules and a list of instructions about how to amend them and just lists and lists and lists of itemized ways to make sure that everyone in the country is allowed to do whatever they want to do.
Yeah.
And the big struggle is like everybody should be allowed to do whatever they want to do. We all know that that's true. We all would like that. I don't think there's not a single person on this planet. You could dig up Hitler, strike him with lightning, put his head on a plate, have a conversation with him. Say, do you think everyone should be allowed to do whatever they want to do? And he might, if he was feeling politically charged, like, well, except for the Jews, absolutely. Like, Hitler, calm down, Hitler. Like get beyond that shit. It's 2013. I'm saying, Adolf Hitler, do you want everyone to be able to do whatever they want to do? I truly believe that after a half hour of fucking rhetoric and dogma about Germany, he would actually go, well, yes, but, and you go, no, just yes. Everyone gets to do whatever they want to do, except when it interferes with other people's ability to do whatever they want to do. And that's where the Harmontown Constitution stops, because it's just ... question mark. Like, what do we do in those situations? When I want to do something and I have a right to do it, but somehow it overlaps. If I do it, you don't get to do what you want to do. And this feeling is that we have codified morality, or we need to continue in that direction. We have now created computers that are capable of engaging in morality exercises with each other. I don't know if you.
How do you mean?
Did you hear that Radio Lab where I can't remember the title of it, but it's about artificial intelligence. I'll try to summarize it very quickly, but there's this thought experiment called the prisoner's dilemma.
Yes.
You're familiar with that?
Yeah, but remind me again.
Prisoner's dilemma is
snitching on your friends.
It's a game of kind of double blind poker where you can either fuck your friend, and your friend can, or not fuck your friend over, and your friend can do the same, and you don't know what he's going to do. And the irony of the prisoner's dilemma is that, and the reason it's called the prisoner's dilemma is because this is what cops do with suspects. If you and I are driving and they pick us up, they'll separate you and me, and they'll come into your room and say, Dan Harmon says that you murdered that guy, or that you put that weed in the glove box. And if you don't start telling us that it was him, you're going to jail, and he's walking out of here. Now, they're lying to you. And then they're coming into the room to me and saying, Duncan Trussell says that you put that weed in the glove box, and if you better be smart. And the prisoner's dilemma is not that their cops are lying. The prisoner's dilemma is that there's no communication between you and me. Because if you and I were telepaths, or if we were in the same room, it would be the quickest game in the world, and the cops would never win. We would look at each other and go, sounds like they don't have much on us. Let's go to McDonald's. So the separation, the ignorance of each other's intention, the ignorance of what will happen in the future if we simply relax, Will someone steal my cookies if I don't protect them? If I don't take 2 cookies, even though I only want 1 right now, will some other asshole grab them and stuff them in his shirt? If I don't stockpile a bunch of nuclear arms, are the Russians gonna do that and then take over the world because they'll have the power to blow us up? If I don't, it's always that dilemma of, if I don't do the bad thing, is someone else gonna beat me to the bad punch?
This is Neil Armstrong. Neil Armstrong, the doper. Lance Armstrong. Right. Neil Armstrong went to the moon. This is a Lance Armstrong. The argument in sports, which is, I've got to dope because everyone else is doping. Right. And yeah. So this is that. Right. I got you, man.
So the prisoner's dilemma is this thought experiment, and in this radio lab they talked about how they had this conference where all of these artificial intelligence programmers were called upon to create a program as sophisticated or as unsophisticated as they chose, and basically play battle bots with AI programs that would play the prisoner's dilemma against each other thousands, millions of times, I think.
Yeah.
And so, like with battle bots, it was like, someone would write a program that was incredibly simple. It would just be called the fucker, like the thing that just fucks you. Like no matter, its code is practically 2 lines long.
Yeah.
It's like fuck the other person, and fuck them again, and fuck everyone that comes near me.
Yeah.
And so sometimes that program's going to win, like when it comes up against the so-called Jesus program. That has also 2 lines of code that say, no matter what happens, just be cool. Like you probably caught him at a bad time. Forgive and forget, and like those. If those 2 programs are the only 2 programs in the biosphere,
yes,
the fucker is going to take over the earth. The Jesus will go extinct because Jesus will always forgive and the Terminator will always terminate.
Yeah.
And then but the irony being, of course, then the Terminator is going to live in this horrible world.
That's it.
Everyone's just fucking each other, and they don't want that either. And the reality is, no one is a Jesus or a Terminator fucker. So there's all these other nuances of this program that other people created, and the one that ended up winning, meaning that the one that in any population will slowly take over, and more importantly, the one that if it was the only program in the room, all of the programs would never get fucked, is the one that says it's like a little bit of a Jesus with a tweak. Like it was like be nice, always be nice as a first step. If you get fucked, then next time, fuck.
Yeah.
But then go right back to the assumption that everyone, including the person that fucked you, whoever, like don't hold a grudge. Just eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth is what it sounds like.
Yeah, that's interesting, man. That's really interesting. It's kind of like the martial artist. It's like the martial artist computer program. It was like the martial artist. Whenever you run into people who've been training their whole lives, they're always the nicest people, and they always seem like the least dangerous. Right. And then you realize, and you forget that they can just probably shatter your head by punching you if they wanted to, but they don't because they've disciplined themselves. Right. But they're able, they have a stinger,
Right.
And that there's something.
Campbell talks. Yeah, that's the atonement with the Father in mythology is about getting the keys to that car that you would wreck if you weren't grown up enough. So you go through these trials and things. The whole point of initiation is to make sure that, when they take kids out in the woods and circumcise them in these weird tribes where they still do that, the whole point of the initiation is at the end of it, it's like, okay, I cut off the tip of your penis. It was horrifying and manly and grisly, and it's all over now. And now when we go back to the village, you're not a little boy anymore. Now when your mom tells you be home for dinner, you can tell her to go fuck herself. But you also have to take care of your sister, and it's your house. And if the neighboring tribe attacks us, like you're out there with a spear. Like it's your village now. So don't just eat a bunch of gumdrops because you could, but you'd fuck us over.
Here's the thing. This is the reason the Prisoner's Dilemma computer program is interesting, but it doesn't address what's really going on from a different angle. And there's a lot of different ways people say this. I used to hate it. It's particularly someone I've hated for a very long time is B.F. Skinner. Do you know who that is?
Yeah.
B.F. Skinner. What a dick. Everything that you do, you have no free will.
You're just stimulated and then you respond.
You're stimulated and then you respond. And so Gurdjieff, the mystic cult leader-ish person, he said the exact same thing. We're spiritual machines. Until you really, his difference between him and B.F. Skinner is until you really, really, really start working on yourself and discipline yourself, everything that you do is just a robotic learned response. You learn something from your parents. You learn something from someone you respected. You're an imitator. That's what humans do. They imitate what they consider to be the most successful thing around them, and that's it. You have no free will. Now, interestingly enough, in the Bhagavad Gita, this exact same thing comes up, but in a different way, where they say that there's these forces in the universe called the gunas, which is the mode of ignorance, the mode of passion, and the mode of goodness. And that all you are is this vortex, a combination of these three things. Like in the same way, there's only a certain number of musical notes or a certain number of letters. That's your alphabet. It's three things. It's like a little bit more than a ones and zeros. You're these three things interacting. And anything that you...
What are those three things? It's
passion, goodness, and ignorance. So those are translated words for something that's got like... The words themselves have a lot of different meanings. So ignorance means... It's more like vibrational frequencies, heaviness to lightness. It's like, when you're, like the times in your life when you find yourself just eating the shit out of steak and like crappy food, not even steak, fast food. When you find yourself just eating like shitty food, you'll also notice that you're doing a lot of other freakish things to yourself at the same time. Well, that's because the mode of ignorance is that's the most paint added to your paint can, right? So, and then there's times when you're in work mode and you're like constantly working hard, disciplined working, you're caught up in that vortex. That's the mode of passion. And then there's those incredible times where you've reached this kind of like nice, peaceful, tranquil place and you find yourself meditating more, you'll be eating better food all of a sudden and like you probably be treating people a little differently than you might have been, and that's the mode of goodness. And so it's broken down into periods of time. The morning is considered to be in the mode of goodness. The working day is the mode of passion, and night would be the mode of ignorance, because that's when you become sluggish and tired and fall asleep. And graveyards, now this is different. Now graveyards are more in the mode of goodness, but in India, char pits is what they were talking about, places where the smoldering, smoky corpses were being cremated and dogs are like carrying off cream feet. Yeah, they still do that in the banks of the Ganges River. You can go on the internet and just check out videos of dogs just eating corpses, and there's people over there who eat corpses as a form of sacrament to worship.
There's a website where there's a real-time webcam, and you can click your mouse for $1, and you can a foot will be ejected from a chamber to a dog.
That would solve the economic crisis in a day. We would have trillions of dollars.
You sell what you got, man. It's like like the biggest problems in the Middle East are caused by people not being born on top of oil. But it's like there's got to be something sell your 9/11 abilities.
India becomes within 5 days. India is like a superpower because they have so much money from people feeding feet to dogs.
They figured out, their biggest export is the lower classes, corporeal degradation.
Corporeal degradation. Well, so anyway, the whole point of all that is that you've got this. So the idea is you get the Big Bang, whatever that was, that event that physics has, that we see that there was an event that apparently everything emerged from, that it appears to be some form of explosion. And at the very beginning of that event, you have this pure moment, that singularity, a pure moment, whatever that is, whether it's before the other universe that the sewage system for came bursting into and inflated the nothingness or whatever. You have this pure moment, easy math, a zero, essentially, an incomprehensible zero. And then bam, that thing blows up. And now a chain reaction has happened. And we have this series of equations that start running based on that initial explosion, which is, if you are in a laboratory and you sit down, or if you have a computer simulation, you know every single component of that simulation, how much pressure is going to be applied to the explosion, the room the thing explodes within, then I think that you could pretty much mathematically track the trajectory and the arc of every single variable within that, except for, like, I guess maybe at the quantum level, the electron spin and that stuff. That's the big mystery, I guess. But so the idea is, we're still part of that explosion, and we're just math working itself out. And as part of the math working itself out, we have constructed in our minds this idea that we are in control of what we're doing. This idea of free will itself is just another piece of that equation working itself out. And so this prisoner's dilemma implies free will, I guess. That's the idea. And this conceptualization of the self or the universe involves not trying to... it involves letting go and trusting. Just letting go and trusting that what you're doing, whether it's you are chomping on a foot on the bank of the Ganges River, or you're in Vegas and you're just having unprotected sex with fucking hookers, or whatever the thing is, it's all of a sudden recognizing, like, oh, this is just part of that original explosion that happened so very long ago, playing itself out. And I'm as much a perfected part of this as Martin Luther King or Gandhi or whoever, and I'm just going to let go. I'm going to let go in this moment of beingness. And somehow from that's the beginning of, like, the shift starts happening.
Well, that's another way of saying that if everyone in the world simultaneously became that Jesus program that unconditionally surrenders to the prisoner's dilemma, that also you would have a perfect world. The only problem is that if you put one like mutant in there, anything, it takes over.
No,
it is true that if we evolve consciously, like, and I think that to tie these things together with it's like, I don't think that the Harmontown Constitution, aka the Harmontown syllogism, this geometric proof, whatever this piece of moral code is, that should be so simple that we don't need judges, we don't need juries, we don't need senates, we don't need laws. We just need to know this one thing, that is, and then any number of people in any kind of conflict would be able to play this kind of like mental patty cake game, where the end result would be not necessarily both parties being 100% happy in that moment, but it would be resolved for that moment and then done with. Like I don't think that code is going to be the one that beat the other AIs in this computer game, because I don't like the sound of, it's too complicated to say forgive everybody no matter what unconditionally, except if you feel like you got fucked, then you get to fuck as much as you feel like you got fucked, and then go back to being nice again.
You end up in that's Satanism. See, that in Satanism, there's this idea which is sounds great at first, which is like I will help my friends as much as possible, but my enemies. Oh, my enemies. I will destroy them, crush them beneath my heel. How does the verse go in the fucking satanic Bible, in the satanic mass? It's this awesome verse, which is just something like, my enemy, I will crush my enemy, and if he lives, then I will have given him a great lesson. It's this really creepy.
The interesting thing about evil is is that it propagates itself by getting you to acknowledge, much like God. It propagates itself by getting you to think that it exists and therefore needs to be fought.
It propagates itself by logic. And logic, this is what we're talking about here, is illogic. And that's the story of Jesus is an illogical solution. It's like, oh, okay, kill me.
Right.
This is also the Obi-Wan Kenobi solution. Right. It's the exact same thing. What is it Obi-Wan Kenobi says? If you destroy me, I will come back
with a huge dick hard on. I can't remember.
If you kill me, my cock will grow. But it is similar to that. And so
if you strike me down, I will come back more powerful than you can imagine.
Yes. And that idea. See, this is the idea that I love because
Jesus said if you aren't afraid to die, now I'm really paraphrasing. If you're not afraid to die, or get hurt, then no one has any power over you, because the people that are beating the shit out of you and threatening to kill you, that's the only power they have. And once you take that away from them, you own the world.
And this is where you get into contentious territory, because it's like, here's where atheists start getting really like pissed off, because they're like, oh great, so just abandon the world. There you go, just abandon the world. Fuck this little stupid only planet that we know that exists in the entire universe with life on it, and just give up and just let the people kill you, instead of fighting back and trying to create some kind of paradise planet by overthrowing all the different governments and continuing this endless cycle. And so that idea is based on individuality. The individuality is real and not an illusion. This other idea is based on this thing that we're all just this one thing that's happening right now. We're all just this one thing that's gotten confused into thinking it's a bunch of different little pieces. And so the answer is you have to be willing to die. And the answer is, you're not just willing to die because you want to die. You're willing to die because you've connected with something bigger. Mm-hmm. That's the idea. You know that this thing's headed in the right direction. You understand that where we're going is a beautiful place as a civilization. As insane as that seems, as the phenomena of the world seems crazy, as fucking North Korea drops nukes and Syria chops ears off kids and the dogs chew the feet on the banks of the Ganges River, this is still, compared to the way the world used to be just 500 years ago, a much more beautiful place and a much more incredible place.
But are we going in relation to the Bhagavad Gita? Are we, if it started with purity and became passion, then aren't we headed for what's the third thing?
Ignorance. Well, this is sure. So this is like the idea of, it's not. I mean, fuck all of society. Look at our bodies. You start off as this beautiful, sweet-smelling little fucking pink thing that's like light and you could throw a kid into a fucking airplane propeller, it'll practically survive.
For those of you listening,
they're so flexible.
You got to run this through legal before.
But they're so flexible, man, and like as you get older, the body collapses and you do go into the mode of ignorance. Inevitably, your neurology falls apart. But, and so this is why they say that the age that we're in right now is the Kali Yuga, the age of destruction, the age of disintegration, the age of collapse. And this is when you hear it, it sounds very pessimistic, but the difference between Hinduism and Buddhism and Christianity is the God of, Buddhism doesn't really have a God, but in Hinduism, God is not good. There's not even this idea that there's like this, that God's like all good. There's Shiva, the destroyer, chomping the heads off the gods, like destroying the planet. This is winter. Right. So the idea is, it's like, we're not getting caught up anymore. And oh, fuck, it's winter. Things are bad. Oh, it's spring. Things are good. We're seeing that everything is the exact same thing. We're not just seeing, it's the story of like the blind man touching the elephant. Mm-hmm. It's a wall. It's a trunk. It's a tree. It's an elephant. And so that's the difference. It's like, it's getting, for the fucking Harmontown Constitution, the idea would be, connect with the totality of everything and let that be the thing that the Constitution comes out of. Right. Go on top of a mountain, brother. You gotta fast and let it come out of you.
I don't know if I can, because Harmontown is such a it's a temple to my narcissism. It's a temple to, and it's an invitation to everyone to be a narcissist, you know, and like the liberation of that, like thumb sucking, tantrum throwing, kind of like leave me alone. I want to be able to do whatever I want to do. The collective that we are, like, if I go up on that mountain and say, hey, we are all a part of one thing, it's kind of like, I think the reason we have zero motivation to do that is because it does feel like your ego, the thing that is, okay, so exactly like the devil and exactly like God, your ego, I think therefore I am, like, your identity is only propagated by acknowledgement of its existence. So with evil, it's, if I can convince you that your neighbor is a homophobe and that he hates gay people and he's a bad guy, I can get you, if I talk enough shit about his homophobia and how he stepped on a gay guy's face yesterday just for being gay and he's a bad guy, I can get you to, like, take human poop and smear it on his door. We might end up, you know, beating him up, bashing him for gay bashing. And evil is making all that happen because evil doesn't care if you're bashing or gay bashing or gay bashing. Evil wants bashing. And evil doesn't care if you're racist against black people or if you're, you know, lynching racists. Evil just wants, like, people not trusting each other. And so God, on the other side of that, God wants everybody maybe to let go, or maybe God is that thing, like you're saying. God is basically like the most boring of the whole Trinity. Because he is just that purity that happened before anything interesting started to happen.
Brahman,
and by his nature, then he is an invitation to return to that. And you only do that by letting go of this other thing, which is your ego. You know, it says the thing that's telling you you're Duncan Trussell, the thing that's telling me I'm Dan Harmon. Instead it's getting in the way of you and I going, hello, we're Darn Harzl.
Well, what we are is we're standing in front of ourselves at the concert. That's the problem. It's like you can't see the show because you're in your own way. And that's like the great existential predicament and the root of absurdity, and the thing that drove like Sartre insane is this feeling of like, I can't get to the fucking truth because I am in the way. My very existence is keeping me from it. And it does seem fucking boring. It seems boring at first when you consider it, especially if you consider it from the perspective of the ego. But I think the way to look at it would be more like, you and I are in the most awesome video game ever. And the video game is an advanced simulation of existence. And for the video game to really be fun, the mode that you have to put it in to really have fun is your memory of what you used to be gets erased. You go into the fucking game, you get a new identity implanted inside of you, and that's the game that you play, is from that perspective, that identity. And as you progress through the game, in the same way awesome video games are the sense gratification increases with your ability.
Your powers get more, closer and closer to you just not playing a video game.
Yes.
Because if you can fly over these buildings, then the buildings might as well not exist. At which point, like when you get to a point in the power-ups in these video games where they finally get you to the point where it's like, oh, okay, yeah, so this is the equivalent of looking at a napkin dispenser because
yes.
Nothing is killing me anymore.
There it is. And so that's the idea. This game, the way it rewards you is the diminishing amnesia. You get a state of diminishing amnesia that happens the more you sort of
slowly start to
wake up,
come to the surface, and the faces of your friends that you Blimflork and Flimflam, from Saturn or whatever the reality is, like that reality, the people playing the video game, like slowly starts to come into focus.
Yes. And that's when you begin to understand. See, that's when you run into people in this video game. So you'll come across people who are deeply into their fucking character. And this is why, and I know it's cheesy, but this is why I mentioned Chris Brown, because God damn it, that guy is really playing Chris Brown, and he's like really into his identity so much. It's fucking beautiful and awesome to see someone that devoted to being themselves at all costs. He thinks he's Jesus. He doesn't understand about, he's purely a selfish prick, and it's awesome to see. So in this video game, what ends up happening is you start recognizing, like, oh, he's playing a game, I'm playing a game, but I'm starting to realize it's a game. I'm waking up. Another way I think of it is like if you were in a spaceship going somewhere, they would put you in the hibernation pods, but then they would also probably try to project something into your mind so you wouldn't go insane over the course of the fucking long trip. And maybe this is the beginning. People start waking up to their identity in the pods right before the fucking thing opens up. And you begin to recognize other people haven't quite figured out the truth of what they really are.
Like when you're dreaming, sometimes that happens. You hear your alarm clock, or you hear, and there's many points in a lot of dreams that I've had where I am very conscious of the fact that I am in a dream, and the dream doesn't necessarily get better or worse at that point, but it's an odd sensation. Like you're running around. It's like, okay, I get it. I still have to get to work.
Yes.
I still have to find my pants, but I know this is a dream.
Yes. And that is called moksha. That's called liberation, is the name of it in Hinduism. And it's like, the idea is, suddenly you realize, like, oh, it's not the atheists are upset about the idea of the Christian heaven, and I understand why. Because it's like you fantasize about this delusional thing that is an ego projection of what paradise would be like.
Yeah, and you're hitting your wife, and
you're
dumping oil into the river.
Yes. So I get it. But this is a different thing altogether, which is the notion that we actually are infinite consciousness temporarily trapped in this bubble of flesh called our bodies. And if that's real, and you just play around with the thought experiment that that's fucking real, and this goes on forever, then suddenly the intensity of all the catastrophes that inevitably emerge in your life will diminish to the point where you're not going to react to them from a level of punching your wife or dumping oil in the river.
Right. And there's that point when you're playing multiplayer video games where you can fly into these rages about how many times you're getting killed, or the fact that you're getting killed for the first time or whatever, and then there's, or you can surrender to the fact that you don't know how to play the game yet, you're going to get killed, and you get killed.
Yeah.
There's a certain point, I really don't like playing those multiplayer games. They're hard to get started into, but the ones that I have gotten addicted to, it's like, it's easy to start staying up all night, and like, I'm not yelling faggot and the N-word over the headset at these 15-year-old kids. It's kind of like, it's more like you rise above it because you've died so many times that it starts to become like this kind of fun ballet. It's just like you respawn, and then you're charging at this place. You just kind of start experimenting with different suicidal techniques, and then you start,
That's it. That's the game. And so everyone thinks like, oh, spiritual realization is going to lead you to like sitting under a tree throwing flowers at people. It's not that. It's like when you start waking up in a dream, there's so many fun fucking things you can do in the dream. It's not like suddenly in the dream you wake up and you start going around to the other people in the dream. You're like, this is a dream, It's like you think, well, fuck, can I fly? Right. What else can I do? Can I
open a donut shop?
Yes. Yeah, man. And if we're all individuations of some super consciousness, then the first job would be to wake up, right? And then just from that very act, hopefully people around you are going to be less, they're not even understand it, but they're going to feel less scared because you're not freaking out.
What if like the video game, also we've talked about this before, this idea of the metaphor of the video game, the thought experiment.
I love it.
Video game. Like I have every time we use that metaphor, I always think of it as like, oh, it's a multiplayer game, and we're you're playing it, and you're actually my friend Dave from accounting in this like different world. Maybe it's identical to this one. Maybe it's like maybe we have 3 heads. Maybe we're dogs. But you're my friend Dave from accounting. You're playing Duncan Trussell. You have no idea you're Dave from accounting. You've lived this whole life. You'll finish the game before me or after me. You'll have more money or less money when or guns and bullets or cars or whatever. But I also like you can merge that metaphor with your other thing and say, well, this, God is playing a single player video game that where it's immersive, because the first thing that happens when the game starts is not just amnesia on an individual level. You are God. You started the video game. What's for sale on the package is you are going to explode from nothingness into a bazillion particles and slowly evolve into
awesome.
You are there's like screenshots on the back of like a cosmos exploding, but then there's also there's 2 people hanging out at a drugstore, like fighting with each other. It's just a housewife writing a letter to TV Guide because she didn't like How I Met Your Mother that week. And, it's all you. It's all you.
You will be.
You will be outraged at your own racism. You will dump yourself on prom night and think that it makes you cool. Then you'll write an angry blog about it at 35 and call yourself a cunt and think that makes you cool. You will do both at the same time.
$59.99.
You will give birth to yourself. Your vagina will split open.
Yeah, yes, and you will finally wake up to the realization that you're playing a video game and experience some infinite paradise moment at the end of the whole thing. I mean, that's the idea.
Each little, instead of it being like, oh, when I die, I wake up and all my friends are high-fiving and laughing because I was acting goofy while I was playing the game. It's even better than that. It's each little part of you will die. The game's not actually over until all of you has died. Each little part of you isn't going to care because that's a problem to solve itself. But then, the whole thing finishes. It's like a bungee jump for one person, and then you wake up, and then you go, "Let's do it again."
That's awesome. The game ends when either you have wiped yourself out completely through some terrible Holocaust, apocalyptic event through your own greed or pollution,
or just let let the Big Bang recoalesce into a big boring fucking big suck or whatever.
Yeah, or, I mean, that's kind of the fucked up part of the game, I guess, would be that one of the big tricks of the game is when every single individual on the planet has either destroyed itself or woken up, and you zap back to being the octopus or the dog or the thing that you think you are. That's just the second level of the game. It just keeps going back and back forever, and that's the loop that we're stuck in. Man, I love it when you come on my podcast, Dan.
I love it when I come on your podcast.
Man, Harmon, I'm sure you guys already listened to the Harmon Town podcast, but if you don't, you've got to check it out. It's amazing. When does that live show go up?
I don't know. I have to listen to it. It was 3 hours long.
So good, man. That Marin story was so fucking funny, man. Yeah. That was your rapping is insane. So good, man. That's going to be an incredible podcast. If you guys have not listened to Harmon Town, you've got to listen to it. Follow Dan Harmon on Twitter. What's your Twitter?
Dan Harmon.
Dan Harmon on Twitter. Send him your love. Help him solve this problem of coming up with a constitution.
All right, yeah. And you guys, hey, listen to Duncan Trussell.
Please. Alphabet Lincoln. Welcome, Dan Harmon.
Thank you so much for having me back.
Thanks for coming back. It's for those of you, it's 10 or 11. What time is it?
It's later than that. It's 11:47.
Late at night. You've been working all day. And thanks for taking the time to come and do the podcast. Super cool.
It's late at night. You're listening to Duncan Trussell. Up next is Boring Man.
Boring Man. Hello, Boring Man.
He's going to bore the fuck out of you. Hope you like listening to things that you can't resonate with.
At all. Guaranteed. We did the studies.
It's just about time for a story about his gardener. After that, there'll be 3 complaints about being rich.
Yeah, right. Do you find yourself overcome by that kind of stuff? Really? Like, do you get weirded out by being rich?
I haven't had time to. I had the year where I was doing almost nothing. I was freaking out. My workaholism and alcoholism take care of the in-between spots.
Right.
Wait, let me try to make that make sense. If I have something to do, I don't even notice what's going on with my life. And then every once in a while I stop having something to do, and I have money, and I don't have time to react to it. And I haven't had time yet. But I think my reaction will be that I will blow it all out my ass and ruin my life.
Isn't that's a weird component of having, I'm sure you've been through periods of abject poverty, but then when you have a ton of money, you then realize...
Just wipe your ass with it.
And there's a terrifying aspect of having a lot of money, too. It's almost similar to when you were broke, outside of the itching, horrific paranoia and the desperation. There's this feeling that you have this great capacity to really destroy yourself.
Yeah. I could definitely say without a shadow of a doubt that if you charted my financial ups and downs and my emotional, spiritual ups and downs, they would be totally unrelated curves. I don't know that they would be inversely proportionate. I'm not that crazy that I'm going to say, oh, yeah, the richer you get, the unhappier you are. I don't think that's true.
I don't.
But I know that they're unrelated. I know that I've been the most miserable at my, at the point where materialistically I should not have anything to be miserable about.
But you're not a materialist at all. You don't seem like a materialist. I could be wrong. I don't know. You don't seem like... I've met materialists. It seems like it'd be pretty hard to get you into typical material shit. Am I wrong about that?
I guess I'm definitely not a mountain man.
No, you got a nice place. But I'm saying you like the idea of a lot of people have this kind of insane attraction to matter. They really want really nice cars and fancy. They actually want. I'm talking about Jay-Z or something, where you see images of him and he's wearing. I just saw this picture of him, and he's wearing a. It looks like a bicycle chain, but bigger, but it's made of gold. It's clearly just pure, probably really heavy, probably very uncomfortable. It's like any other metal, and it would suck to have it around your neck, but because it's gold, he likes it.
Right. He loves having it. I don't know. I mean, I'm fascinated by those guys like Corolla and McHale and Ryan Stiles and the car guys.
Yes,
they love the cars.
Yes,
that's got to be a really easy way to blow through a lot of money. And then Jeff Davis loves his suits. But he doesn't spend anything on anything else. He's got a lot of money, I bet, squirreled away.
Yeah,
my friend Jeff Davis. I'm acting like he's on the cover of Us Weekly, and
I think people know who he is.
And he lives in this little hobbit hole, this little unassuming little 1-bedroom apartment. But he, by his own confession, he just wants a specific car. He wants his suits. I've been driving the same shoe since whenever I got it, and I'll keep driving until it breaks down. I don't look at a car as anything other than a sock that you wear to keep from stepping on weird shit when you drive to work. And it's something that you can wreck, and why would you want it to be fancy?
Right.
But my house, I'm like, when you play Grand Theft Auto and your house gets bigger and bigger.
Yes.
I'm into that.
Yeah. I mean, I've seen your house, very nice house, but I mean, it's still it doesn't have that sense of it's a nice place, but it doesn't have that garish, palatial sense that you get sometimes when you go to someone who's a materialist house, like where they've got like pillars and you know what I mean?
My dreams have been so small for so long. Yeah, I could never get past fireplace.
Right.
And because whenever my parents weren't fighting, they had a fire going. And whenever we felt rich and comfortable and like we had earned happiness, that was always when a fire was going in the basement, and my parents were happy, and the tinkle in his glass of the ice cubes, having a nice glass of whatever the hell he drank, and like I have like preset sort of like, this is what I need to buy with my money. I need to buy happiness. I need a fireplace. I need to be allowed to be drinking, and I need kind of like music coming from wherever. Even though I have horrible taste in music, I have like this obsession about the speaker system in the house has to be like, I have to be able to turn on if you saw how much I used it, everyone would be like, you don't even know, you're still listening to Tori Amos like from when you were 20. Like you're just I'm obsessed with making sure that I can hear a song in the toilet.
My brother loves Tori Amos. So Tori Amos, do you think that's bad taste in music?
I do. God, Jesus, if you're listening, Tori, no, heavens no. I don't think that that's bad taste in music. I think for me to be 40 years old and still rattling that off when I think about music, because that's what I was into when I was 25. I have a sedentary taste in music.
I don't think you need to feel. Yes, I have a sedentary taste too, and I don't think this whole goddamn music guilt thing. It's so weird. Like people feel guilty for, or even worse, like somebody judges you because of the type of music you listen to. Like I got like walloped when Lou Barlow did the podcast with the Lavender Hour with Natasha. We were ready to get really snotty. I think about, what's her name? God damn it. She dated Russell Brand. Fireworks.
Katy Perry.
Katy Perry. And like one of us fired off something about how awful Katy Perry must be. And this is like Lou Barlow, Dinosaur Jr., Sebadoh, a god in my mind, like the ultimate tastemaker of music. And he was like, I've heard songs by Katy Perry that move me. And if a song moves me, then I just think it's good. And it was just such a crushing blow to that, that part of you, the part that wants there to be, shitty music or the part of you that wants to be able to like create this hierarchy of taste.
Yeah. Well, nobody can convince you that Led Zeppelin is better than Jeff Davis. And then one day I was driving in his car and Jack Black was in the back seat. And somehow Led Zeppelin came up, and Jeff started in on his very convincing, very valid, Led Zeppelin is bad tirade. And partway into it, just Jack Black in the back goes, Zeppelin's cool. And it was sort of like, you can't really argue with it. Like, but anyways, that's why I don't go into those waters. That's why when music, race, or alcohol comes up, I just go, I'm an alcoholic. I'm racist. I have bad taste in music. Maybe I believe it. Maybe I don't. But one thing's for sure: you can only get in trouble by thinking otherwise. If you think you're not racist, you're probably going to end up being racist. If you think you're not an alcoholic, you're going to drink more. If you think that you have great taste in music, you might accidentally fucking diss Katy Perry at the wrong time in the wrong place.
Yeah.
So if you go, I have bad taste in music, I get into an elevator and there's something playing, like what's that Lorde song, the Royals, or whatever.
Yes.
Like I click the number one thing. I'm like, oh, what are the kids listening to? It's like, holy shit, I'm having an emotional experience. I'm allowed to. I have bad taste in music. I don't care. Wow. I don't care who comes into my home and catches me listening to Phil Collins or whatever is at the top of the charts. Like, I will, if I say I have bad taste in music, then I'm covered.
Well, you know that I don't remember. It's been so long since they taught me this. I guess it also works with solar panels, but with plants, when it gets dark, they even though there's still apparently energy in the air or something, they don't process it anymore. Maybe they do. I can't remember. Solar panels, when it's dark, they can't process energy. So people who've decided that this thing is good or this thing is bad, they're no longer able to process the energy of like a huge amount of stuff out there. So like they're the people who close off immediately when they hear anything that has to do with Christianity, for example. If you bring that up around the wrong person, they shut down. Or anytime like the Lord's song comes on, which, by the way, I'm so sick of that song. Everywhere you go, it's playing.
I'm now sick of it too because I played it 5 times on the way here.
It plays everywhere, but this is like I think it's in this book Grist for the Mill by Ram Dass. He talks about how he's meditating with all these people, and apparently they're next to a fire station. And there's sirens that keep happening, and people are getting annoyed because sirens keep happening that are getting in the way of their meditation. And his thing is like, no, that's as much of a vibration as anything else, and it's all something that can be used to sort of expand your consciousness, you know? So that's good to have bad taste. In fact, having bad taste in music is actually kind of the same as saying you have good taste in music, isn't it? Yeah. Or no taste in music.
It certainly is. It's just taking your hands off of a wheel that you have no stake in. Like, that's what's nice, is that if something goes wrong with my toilet, I can grab a plunger and just go at it. I have no investment in whether I do a good job or a bad job of keeping my toilet from overflowing.
Right.
But when I go to work and write a sitcom, like, it's such misplaced ego to like think that that's somehow different. When all I really should be doing is like, I got to get this done. But we all have that. We all have identities, and our identities are they're focused on the shit that we think. We've decided this is my shit. This is what makes me different.
Yeah.
And then you let because so some of us are really, really cool about music, and some of us are really uptight because some people have decided that that's their thing.
Right.
And I would never be able to. I think I've talked to people for whom music is their thing that are delightful to talk to. And of course, I think if music isn't your thing and you're not like a music snob, you can't even really like diss music snobbery, because if I have a decent CD in my house in 1998, it's because I crossed paths with someone who left it there, who does care about that shit.
Right.
Those people, like, they drive everything because they care about music, and some of them are like, thank God they're snobby about it. So that you shouldn't feel bad about
being a snob,
about having an opinion about Katy Perry in front of Lou Barlow. But that's an example of like if you're regretting anything, it's like you all of a sudden thought, oh, did I even really think what I just said?
Yeah, I didn't think it. And I didn't listen to Katy Perry. I barely listened to Katy Perry. I was just sassing off because I thought it was cool.
Right.
And I got slapped for it, and I liked that. And I'm glad I said it.
And that's, like you're talking about with Christianity, is like that Bill Maher reflex of like, fuck it, it's theology, therefore it's crippling everybody, and I know exactly what to say and how to say it and when to say it. Whenever anyone brings up anything, I'm going to because this is my area, and I've got my little canal that comes into my warehouse district, and it feeds and it exports, and it's got walls and it's got structure, and this is my gimmick. I'm Venice. My house is on stilts. This is where you eat breakfast. And and who's to say if that's good or bad architecture, because Venice is sinking.
Yeah, that's right.
And the Pentagon isn't. So I don't know. Like, maybe being a prick is the way to, maybe being stubborn is like better than.
No way, man! I just
Ram Dass saying that sirens sound good.
Yeah, sirens sound great. Yeah, right.
Maybe Ram Dass should have treated himself that morning to go like, you know what? Fuck sirens. Like, with just one little cookie, one little chicken McNugget, Ram Dass, just eat it. You activated fucker.
You activated fucker.
You son of a bitch.
Well, that's what's cool about Ram Dass, is because he doesn't pretend to be great, because in the midst of those stories of the sirens, or the stories of him standing in line, at a porno theater after he'd come back from India. Have you heard that story?
No.
It's a great story, because he's like in line, this is like after people know that this is Ram Dass, the, post-psychedelic spiritual teacher of the world, and he's, I guess, decided to get in line. Back in the day, you couldn't go on the internet to jerk off. You know, you had to like go to a porno theater if you were really horny, if you wanted to jerk off to porn. And he's in line at this porno theater to jerk off, I guess. And this is in his mystical period. And then somebody walks by him as he's like standing by this theater to go in there. He's like, Ram Dass. Oh, Ram Dass, you mean so much to me. And he's talking to him. And he's like in line to jerk off at this theater. And he realizes he has this decision he has to make at this point, which is he can act like he wasn't in line to go jerk off to porn and go with this guy to have coffee or something and like be his spiritual advisor.
Or he can make porn a spiritual inclusive thing.
Exactly.
Like he can incorporate porn into his spiritual life.
That's it. And that's what he did. He said, you know, nice to meet you, but I'm going in here now.
Yeah.
And, you know, I'm sure that guy was like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Charlatan. But really, you know, that's like that sort of all-encompassing the idea, exactly what you're saying, really, which is the idea is that if you can just land on yourself, you're doing great.
Yeah. How can keep the truth on your side, so that, because in this world you're going to end up in so many conversations where you have no idea whether you're full of shit or not. So the fallback has to be that you tend your own garden, speak from experience, and be honest about how you really feel, including not being afraid to not know how you feel about the 8 billion things you don't know how to feel about. Yeah. And that way, anyone that argues with you, they're arguing with how you feel. And then you go, so you could say like, I think that chair over there is ugly. To tell the truth, I mean, really, like who thinks a chair is ugly? But you go, yeah, I think it's ugly. And then someone would go, well, that's a Pierre Cardin Jibabadoo chair. He's the chair genius, and he's half autistic, and you know all the money that he makes chairs with goes to breast maximization of for African children. And at the end of it all, you still can go like, if you go like, well, that is fantastic, but I'm going to stick with the fact that I think it's ugly. I now think it's ugly, and that it's awesome that the guy made the chair.
When did you figure all this out? You had to have gone through a shitty, phony period. Like, how did you? Or did you just...
Well, now I have to... I mean, you're implying that I'm somehow authentic now, so I got now. Instead of getting derailed by that, I'll answer your question and say, I figured out that one big trick about keep the truth on your side. Like in my late 20s, I think I grew up arguing with people on the internet, and that was a big thing. Like, it was something that I think Rob Schraub and I walked into. Was like, you know what? Like, if you start from the end point of a successful experience between two people who don't like each other, what's the best case scenario for an encounter between you and someone that you are never going to get along with? Because it happens.
Yes.
So let's write backwards from the result you would like to happen whenever you run into somebody who doesn't like you and who you're not going to like. The best case scenario is you saying, well, that's how I feel. And not feeling like you've been, pounded down or that you've pounded anyone down. Like, actually, the best result is you walking away like a blackjack dealer. Just clap the hands,
right,
and you just walk away with the and if you're a little vindictive and you want to actually be a victorious ninja in that thing, the better result is that you're doing that, and the other person is going, yeah, but I just think it's full of shit when people do it. Right. The best result is walking away peacefully from a person who is pro-conflict.
Right.
And if you think that strawberries taste good, and you think that doors are brown, and you think that Tom Hanks is a good actor, and you really think those things, and you really stick to what you actually think, then you'll never be in an argument that you'll lose, because you won't be trying to convince someone else that Tom Hanks is a bad actor. You'll be saying, I think he's good. In fact, you probably won't even be saying that. What you should be saying is, I remember I was 15 years old and I saw Philadelphia, and it was about AIDS, and I started crying. I saw Doc Hollywood and I started crying. You don't try to convince someone that Michael J. Fox was a good actor, that Francis Ford Coppola does this and doesn't do that and is worth this. You say, I liked RoboCop. I felt this when I saw it, which, by the way, is like, to use movies as an example. Roger Ebert, before he died, wrote this brilliant, thinly veiled indictment of, what was his name? Ben Lyons.
Ben Lyons?
The critic that sort of, like, I think that was the name of the guy. I don't know, but Roger Ebert was the last.
I don't know who that is.
Roger Ebert, like, wrote this.
Before this conversation, I might have said, Ben Lyons.
Yeah, I don't. Ben Lyons he was a new school critic. He would just go like, I love this movie, I don't like that movie. Like, but it was steeped in like weird, like, people that invited him to the set or whatever. Roger Ebert was this old Chicago Sun-Times movie reviewer from an age when a movie reviewer could save you $8 and 2 hours of your life by telling you whether or not a movie was good. But Roger Ebert wrote a treatise about what good review is, and it all amounted to, doesn't matter where you went to college, it doesn't matter what you know, how much you've seen. An honest review, a helpful review, is you saying whether or not you like the fucking thing and why.
Right.
From your own perspective.
Yeah.
The moment you cross a line into analysis and trying to aggregate and pronouncing things, you are off in the fucking area of Verdun where everyone gets mowed down eventually by machine gun fire.
Wow.
You're not yourself. You're charging something. You're expanding something. You're playing God. You're not perceiving and expressing anymore.
Right. Yeah, and you're implying that there's some kind of universal compass that
you're going to prove. You're going to prove that Daft Punk is good today,
and you're the mouthpiece of the thing,
right?
Like, you're somehow channeling this, like, universe. That's what. But what about people? So, a lot of people might hear what you're saying and
go, this is really boring.
No, I don't think so.
He's back for a third time, and he's the fucking boringest.
I don't think so, man. This does not seem boring to me.
This podcast is always so funny when I'm not on it. I love it so much.
This podcast hasn't been funny in so many episodes. I think that people hear it and they think, fuck. For years, I've just been lying to try to seem as though I'm sophisticated.
When people hear what?
When people hear the idea, like, listen, just like honestly reflect where you're at. A lot of times someone hears that and they think, I have no idea where the fuck I am at.
Well, yeah. Welcome to the fucking spiritual species club. Yeah, for sure. Good news. Like, yeah, I have no idea who the fuck I am.
So if you have no idea who the fuck you are, then you get to this point of like, well, what am I reflecting then? It's like, if I really don't, like, if you really get to the bottom of the thing, you're like, I don't even know what I like.
Fucking God, baby. Because what is the Tao, according to the Tao Te Ching? Like, it's 81 poems about like this thing that is because it is and is, and it's like a joke. It's like it doesn't exist. If you try to know it, you can't know it. If you call it something, you can't call it. Like the fact that we exist doesn't make sense. It doesn't hold up to subjective understanding of meaning, because your nerve endings say that the chicken's hot, it tastes good, and when something tastes good, your human body like goes, "What a great Wednesday! Holy shit, 1/7 of the week. What an important experience. Oh, Daphne's mad at me. What a cataclysmic event." Because you're living life. But the truth is, when you learn it, when you take a class in it, and you pull back and you learn any facts, everything that is scientific fact leads inevitably to the realization that nothing matters. It doesn't matter.
Right.
You can't make that argument scientifically. I beg any scientist to come in here and, without reverting to their theology, prove scientifically that we should give a shit about anything.
Right.
So the human experience is a schizophrenic one. Pardon me to any schizophrenics that are tired of that phrase being used like improperly, but I really mean it actually as not like I'm two people. I mean it in the sense of like there's a schism. You're spinning and you hear voices in your head as a species. The foxes and squirrels don't care that living means they have to kill, and they don't care that they're going to die. They don't want fire in their eye, same as us.
Yes.
We alone, as far as we understand it, are the first mammal to go to be cursed, as in all these creation origin stories. They all involve us being cursed, blessed, gifted extrinsically with the realization that this is a cyclical tragedy, that we're going to die, and that we're killing by living, and that we're only alive because someone else died.
Yeah, what's that Edgar Allan Poe poem? It ends, "The play is the tragedy, man, and the hero, and its hero, the conquering worm." He was depressed, but no, I know what you're saying. So you're talking about this like kind of Camus level realization of the absurdity of everything, in that sense of like, he talks about in particular that sense of not being able to fulfill yourself, or that sense of just confusion, that is what it is to be a human.
Right. The Tao Te Ching says like the master is like a baby.
Right.
It's got big eyes. It's like looking around, doesn't know what the fuck is going on. Like there's certain translations of the Tao Te Ching that where it says, "I am like an idiot," and saying it like it's a good thing.
Yeah.
I don't know what the fuck is going on.
Right, yeah. What are you trying to do? Like we're in this kind of like infinite cyclone, and we're getting this 70-year period to assemble logic from this spray of matter, and any kind of logic that we assemble in this brief flicker of time is obviously it's absurd, and then to fight over it is ridiculous too. So,
because when we look at babies, there's a bassinet next to my desk at Community, because my assistant had a baby and she's, taking care of it at work. So that every I walk through my office and there's this little turkey in there, this little peanut, and everybody just gathers by it and they look in there and they do what they do with babies, which is they marvel at it and they like no one's disgusted by that thing's stupidity. Nobody's mad that it likes Tori Amos if it smiles when you play Tori Amos. We're not holding that thing.
Your baby has shitty taste in music, man.
like your baby likes that mobile. What a jagoff.
What a fucking your baby's a racist.
We all have that. We look at that baby and we go like, it's perfect. It's perfect because it hasn't started doing that yet. It has nothing but potential, and then we have this myth in our head that maybe the reason we feel that way is because every baby has a chance to go off and be like, who's the guy? Barack Obama? Name the guy that represents the ideal. There isn't such a thing. That's not a thing. A human life is a lightning streak through failure. It's just like a marble pattern. It's just a beautiful little pattern. There is nobody that we all look at and go, nailed it. We have a couple martyr characters. We go like, oh, Gandhi, this person gives so much. But we're not emulating them. We're not putting them in cereal boxes.
No.
There is no, those people are heroes because they didn't give a shit about themselves. They had no self. They gave it to something higher than them, and we envy them and wish that we were like that and feel guilty about not being like that. But that's different from saying that we think that there's this perfect person and that that's the goal. When we look at a baby in a crib, we're not thinking, I love that baby because that baby might not fuck up. We're not really feeling that way.
Right.
Like, I don't care if that baby's going to be a truck driver.
No. I
want it to be a really good truck driver.
What you're saying is
really happy.
I think what you're saying is an immense relief because there's this sense of like, accomplish this. You should be accomplished. Like, one of the happiest time in my life. I'm happy now, but the happiest time in my life was when I was a dishwasher at Chili's, and I was in North Carolina. It was the undocumented acid boom of the 90s. I was on LSD all the time, and I had no sense of any feeling that washing dishes was bad or something to be that ashamed of. It was hypnotic, and like you made money, and I had an apartment with a roommate, no ambition, no sense of anything other than like I'm just living. And that was a really great time. And then you get this seed inside of you. You get this sense of like, I've got to like do something.
Right.
I've got to do something. And then that leads to a midlife crisis because it's like inevitably you'll get to like some certain age. You're like, man, I didn't do it. And then that makes you feel depressed for, I guess, the last part of your life or something.
Right.
Which is the cycle of Western man.
You could be sitting there washing dishes and you could be thinking about, are you thinking about what if I'm still washing dishes 10 years from now? Am I going to be miserable then? Right. The crazy tricks the devil plays on you to get you out of the moment. The important question to answer is, do I want to be washing dishes right now? And in each day that, you have to balance that with the need to tell your boss your schedule.
Yeah.
I was a dishwasher and I had the same kind of, there was comfort there, but I was really fucking bad at it. And I kept trying to be really good at it. And I kept feeling like I actually, when I would show up at work, if everybody would greet me with applause, and they'd go like, oh, thank God Dan's here. And there was a guy named Ruben who was that guy. He was like this god. Of the dishwashers.
Yes.
The boss would sit there and he'd try to work out the schedule, and then he'd go, okay, Dan, well, I guess you can have Tuesdays through Friday, and then because Ruben's out of town. It's just like the love of Ruben, this like 48-year-old guy that he would sing gospel tunes as he loaded the dishes into the things, and I would watch Ruben. I was jealous of Ruben, and I just wanted that adoration. Now, did Ruben like adoration, or did Ruben like washing dishes? Or even beyond that, Ruben was probably so old in his soul and like so satisfied with other shit in his life that he probably left his soul at the door by the time clock and like became like a weird piece of meat that just like sang gospel songs and threw dishes to the washer. I won't speculate about Ruben. Here's my experience. I sat there for a year trying to be as fast as Ruben at washing dishes until I realized the reason I wanted to do that is because I wanted people to like me.
Yeah.
And then I walked out the back door because there had to be better ways of making people like me. Right. That didn't involve washing dishes.
Right.
I don't know what my point was.
It's weird how washing dishes is kind of like considered to be like the universal, like, you're going to be a dishwasher. Is that way you want to spend your life? It's an important facet of
Which society. Is crazy because if you showed an ancient Roman, like okay, here's the
right.
This is a plebeian's job, and they're like, you put magical items in another magical item, and beautiful steam comes out, and
instant heat of water. Instant heat. Like you used to have to. It was an hour to heat enough water, at least to take a bath. How long would that take to heat and to gather it up?
You have a special compartment provided for you with a combination lock on it. No one can take your things.
It doesn't matter, man. We're dissatisfied. This is I can't remember the name. There's a name for this. It's like it's in Buddhism. There's this idea of this innate dissatisfaction that exists in human beings, and the dissatisfaction has its roots in the delusion that if we change the external world, we're going to be happy.
Right.
When the reality is that until you shift what's inside of you, you're going to be miserable no matter what happens to you.
Yeah.
It's a very simple thing, but it seems like it's a thing that a great many people haven't figured out.
Well, it's hard to figure it out when the actual light that is hitting us right now and the power we're using to record our voices and connect with the people listening, all of that is translated into capitalism. It's not just here because mankind invented that technology. It is a product. Like all of it is. We have that tendency to think I'm going to change the outside world and make myself happy.
Yeah.
And 5 seconds after we think that, someone is agreeing with us and telling us, I know how you feel, and if you actually bring this coupon to this thing, you can have a new keyboard or a new recording device.
This is so in the Enlightenment, when Buddha's getting enlightenment, he's sitting under the Bodhi tree, faced. About this. The story. He's faced with all these different.
He hung out. People tried to get him to stop hanging out. I mean, it's no Jesus.
It's no Jesus. It's actually very similar to Jesus.
It's very similar to Jesus, except no nails in the hands. Just hung out.
You're right. Yeah, right. He doesn't get he died. I heard he died of food poisoning. Actually, he died of like bad meat or something. But the story is the first temptation of Buddha is death rises up. Mara, death. And starts throwing fireballs at him or something. It's supposed to represent the human fear of death as the first thing that gets in the way of self-realization. And then the second temptation were the daughters of Mara. And these are like hot, beautiful, like literally, if you take it literally, it's just like the temptation to fuck or to get married and have children or live a domestic life. But the deeper translation is, it's the part of the self that the moment you start thinking you're gaining realization, or it's like you're doing it.
Yeah, you're nailing it. Now you can jump over that wall, Bionic Man.
Yeah, that thing. And the moment you fall prey to that, then you get lost in another endless vortex of like, I guess I'm amazing.
Because once things become beautiful, other things become ugly. Which is the Tao Te Ching keeps warning you along the way that following the way is going to be beset with this. It's duality is the enemy to the ascetic. Like it's not. Also, what I love about Buddhism, as far as I understood it, is that it gives you the keys to it tells you that the world is like that, does that to us, and it tells you that the cure to that is pulling the plug, not caring about those asavas, these ups and downs, these things.
Asavas, what is?
Isn't that what I'm going back to high school? Like
I don't know, man. I've never heard that term before. I love it though. The waveform, the sine wave,
the ups and downs, were the asavas. According to Buddhism, that was like sort of saying like, well, the things that tempt you from the middle line are things like, for instance, a Twinkie, which is a great thing, or your girlfriend hating you, which is a bad thing. Both of those things have an equal value. They're pulling you away from that sort of center point. In an Eastern religion,
they're triggering what happens is, so it's like the idea is there is inside of you already this sort of calcified karmic structure, which is all of your anger. And these external events happen, whatever it is. Someone cuts you off in traffic, your girlfriend says something awful to you, or somebody says something awful to you about your girlfriend, or the who knows what it is, the triggers. And so what happens is the trigger hits, and then the anger arises. And so when the anger arises, the asava, I guess, triggers this thing inside of you, the parasite emerges. And then instead of recognizing that you have the parasite inside of you, you try to change that external thing.
Right, exactly. Because you're this perfect person. You are not perfect. You know you're not perfect. You know you're just awesome. And you got this apartment and you picked it because for all these wonderful reasons, and that siren goes off at the fire station. And it's like, do they have it? This world out there? Do they even understand? I've read all these Ram Dass books, and I'm so close to achieving something here. And they've got their siren clamoring. I'm just gonna go over there and ask them to turn it off. And I'm gonna you meet that personality so often in LA. It's the evolved spiritual person who has veins shooting out of their neck because they are under so much stress because of all of the toxicity around them, all of the words that they've learned for how to hate everything that's going on around them because the rest of us are so unenlightened. This is the thing about the Asavas, as I said, you'll get the emails from that word. I'm trying to remember from when I was 17 years old. There was a word that I think Buddhists or Hindus had for the ups and downs. Now, the thing was that there was a solution to that what I liked about Eastern religion or thought interesting about it was that Eastern religion says to you, fact number one, life goes up and down. It's fucked up. Like this too shall pass, which is both good news and bad news. You're walking around like even if you're having the best day of all, guess what? That means tomorrow's going to suck. That's a fact about life. It goes wow, 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 wow.
You know the story about the horses? The guy, he's like, just before you continue, just to illustrate what you're saying, there's a famous story. I can't remember which Eastern religion it's from. A guy has, as the story goes, a guy lives with his son. He's a farmer. He's got a horse. The horse jumps over the fence. Runs off into the forest. It's their only horse. And his neighbor says, you're fucked, man. Your horse is gone. You're never going to be able to buy another horse. What are you going to do? You're fucked. And the guy's like, well, we'll see. And then, 2 days later, the horse comes back. It's a mare, and she's brought with her like 5 other stallions, I guess, who want to fuck her or something. So now the guy has like 6 horses that he's gotten in, and his neighbor's like, you're rich, you have all these horses, you're set. And he's like, well, we'll see. Then his son is like trying to tame one of the horses, falls and breaks his arm, and his neighbor's like, well, your son's now you're done, because how are you gonna hire
his neighbor's
a cocksucker.
Like a sportscaster.
Get the fuck out of here.
What are you got anything going on, Carl? Jesus Christ. The ticker tape and the fucking spit. Just calm down. Have you eaten, or do you just sit in your window and watch my life? This is honestly the horse thing, the kid breaking his arm. I'm not allowed to say these things are good or bad, but I will tell you without fear of being wrong. It's discomforting that your scrutiny, Carl.
Yeah.
You watching me and commenting on all this stuff.
You were creepy.
I'm starting to feel like I got to do right by you.
Creepy neighbor. That's the real motto of that.
You could easily before the punchline, the spiritual punchline to this story. It's identical so far to a horror story. The only change is the third act, because in the urban legend sorority girl horror story, the next thing that happens is the guy's in bed and he wakes up and his neighbor's over his face with night vision goggles and a knife, and he says, "I told you to appreciate things when they were good." And he starts stabbing him.
It's fucking creepy. You're right. That's a creepy spiritual punchline.
But think about that for a second. I don't mean to get too deep, or the opposite of it, but urban legends, these mythologies, because whatever the end of that story is, life goes up and down.
It goes up and down.
That's a story about a guy who got it and the other guy calling it out.
Yeah.
Urban legends say, they always challenge you. They go, you think you figured shit out? You think you know? You think you know you should throw that bottle away? Did you hear about the guy that threw the bottle away? threw the bottle away. And the bottle, like a guy was out on the street and he goes through your garbage, I guess, this guy, and he plays this game. He's called the Bottle Man, and he opens each garbage can, and if the bottle doesn't have a cap on it, he'll fucking kill you. Yes. It happened 3 times in San Francisco. And this girl, she didn't do it. She heard about it. She put the bottle on, and she put the cap on. She woke up the next morning and lipstick on the mirror, it said, I appreciate the effort. And all that kind of stuff. It challenges you. It's like urban legends are written by your neighbor Carl in that story.
Yeah.
But okay, but just to bring it back around to... So Eastern religion says, once upon a time we all live in this world that goes wow, 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 up and down. Your mare goes away, comes back with 6 stallions, whatever. And then as far as I have understood it, Eastern religion says, here's how you can escape all that. But you don't have to. Awareness of the fact that that's how it is empowers you with the decision. If you really want to not deal with that, that's called the life of a holy man. That's not for everybody.
Right.
There's a version of being enlightened without having to be holy.
Yeah.
You can actually just hang out and go up and down. And we pay top dollar for literal incarnations of this at theme parks. You just
wild.
You just like there's the calm and the serenity and the terror and the whole time we just laugh and laugh and laugh and laugh and we voluntarily it's possible, I should say. We do that at a theme park. We say, here's $10. I would like to have the living shit scared out of me.
Yeah.
I would like to actively participate in the remote but palpable statistical probability of my death. For the sensation of conquering it in a controlled environment.
Right.
So we spend all day doing that. But we go back to the meta formation of that, which is our life, and we don't throw our hands up in the air when we get a flat tire. And the other thing, you're late for work and your career is ruined. The enlightened version of you actually goes, you know what? I guess today was the day my career got ruined.
Yeah.
And I'm definitely not like that. People hear that shit and then they go, oh yeah, so that's what you do. Oh yeah, that's easy to say. When you talk about philosophy like that, when you talk about how you should be, like because there's no other way to phrase it. Like it's you notice that like. You know, on the internet and like sometimes if you're at a bad party. On the
internet, I've been that guy that you just said.
So what, bro? If I'm stepping on a baby's head, you're not going to react to that?
Yes. I had a friend.
That's called a Pharisee. It's called a person.
I'm the Pharisee. Yeah, I've been the Pharisee. I had this brilliant friend, and I remember at one point, you know, he was like, he was really depressed, and then he got really happy. He'd been reading all the time, very disciplined, but he was like, I thought he was a cocky asshole. And I loved him, though. He's a friend, but I still was like, this is a cocky asshole. And then I remember he started saying, like, man, I love everyone. and I think he was, like, pondering, like, am I a saint? Maybe I'm a saint. Am I a saint? And he's like, I love everyone. And I remember saying to him, like, absolutely not, you're not. I can tell you for certain that you're not. And like you love everyone. You're full of shit. No one loves everyone. And I remember he said to me, okay, man, well, what do you think a saint is supposed to be like? And it was a really intense moment for me because it undercut that huffiness to be like, oh.
But it was a perfect intro to your rap video. He said that, and then it cut to a close up of your finger snapping, and then a close up of your lips, and you go, "I'm glad you asked."
He wears dark robes, dances on mountains.
When he goes to the east side, he always takes Fountain because he knows the traffic in L.A. He's the perfect man. He's a saint. He's got 3 dogs on a chain. Bling bling in his eye.
A saint. That is a hilarious term, man.
Let me ask you a question, MC Trussell. What do you think a saint is?
A saint I ain't, but a picture I'll paint. What I think is, I don't know.
He's got a gleam in his eye and a hat on his head. He always says 7 when you ought to say bread. It's just a litany of. Anyway,
he walks
sorry.
through walls, 17 balls.
I derailed you. I'm sorry.
No, please. I'm so glad you derailed me.
But that is, I mean, I would honestly say, like, first of all, forgive yourself for being in that zone ever, but also easiest thing in the world to never do that. Like, and I get so irritated with people. I don't know. It's like, is there just some fundamental rule? I don't know if it's like improv workshops or something that kind of where you once you start taking that in the outside world, you go, okay, so this person in this kitchen at this party is telling me that all hippopotami are purple.
Yeah.
You can definitely argue with it, but like, do you have a horse in that race? Like, is it okay to agree with that person? The answer is absolutely yes. There's no harm will come to going like, okay, all right, I guess I should. The stake in the argument is what makes people uncharismatic, I think.
Wow. Man, that's really good. The stake in the argument, yes, for sure. Oh man, anytime you start getting your tail feathers up over something, you're losing.
Because what does everybody do that tries to high road you in an argument when it's not successful and equally charismatic? Because you can tell they don't really mean it. But the tack they choose is they try to get to the highest ground. They go like, oh well, I think it's interesting that you're saying that. As soon as 2 people get in a fucking tizzy on the internet,
yes,
it's a scramble for high ground.
Yes,
that's the funniest thing about it. Is like the opposite of a Heathcliff fight. Like instead of the tornado of claws, it's a whatever the opposite of a tornado is. It's 2 nerds racing for higher ground, and it's like a dog fight to try to act like they didn't just get in a fucking nerdy fight about something.
Oh my god!
No, I actually never. And everything devolves into well, when you seem to be very upset. I only asserted an opinion, and it's certainly my right to have. And so you watch these card games happen over 25 years, and you go, okay. What's the ace that you carry around up your sleeve? How do all of these things end? What's the atom bomb? It is the fact that the other person is having a fight and you're not. So instead of having to fake that at the end of a fight because you want to win it, instead of having to try to pull that maneuver, what if you actually walked around with that ace taped to your head? Which is actually, I don't. If in case you haven't noticed. I have never said anything about what you should do. I have never tried to tell you that John Denver was racist. I only told you what I felt when I was listening to his album. You can't argue with that. You can't prove me wrong. I said I remember feeling like John Denver was racist when I listened to his album.
I think the answer is, if you can, for me, I know the feeling well. When someone incites something in me that makes me angry, that feeling is always followed by error. The feeling, if I go from the feeling, it's always followed by error. The angry, huffy feeling always results, even if there's a temporary win, if you make someone submit to you, to your level of rage or your cleverly concealed rage, you still lose.
Yeah.
So the idea is if you can eliminate that huffiness altogether so that when someone explodes in front of you, you're not even feeling it. You don't feel it.
Yeah.
Any more than when a dog starts barking in the backyard, you're not suddenly offended or upset. It's just like a moment that in nature. If someone's doing that, if you can get to that place, then I think you would be victorious no matter what. You exactly like what you're saying.
But like you mentioned earlier, you get halfway to that place and you have a good Wednesday, and then on Thursday you go to a party and there's a guy in the kitchen and he doesn't get it. And he keeps talking about Harrison Ford, like Harrison Ford's full of shit. And he doesn't even know what he's talking about. And he's like, he doesn't get that you're not supposed to fight. And then you I will rise to this place in my hot air balloon of relaxation and objectivity, and then I will meet somebody who doesn't understand life the way I do, and then I will politely say to them, "Yeah, but you know what? Better to not have an opinion about it. Better to rise up here." And then they'll say, "Yeah, well, that's some bullshit." And they're like, "You fucking insignificant parasite, you piece of shit. You're a fucking agent of entropy? Yes. That's the side you're on? Whose side do you think you're on when you side against openness? Are you out of your mind? Do you realize you're pouring diarrhea into a river and complaining that you're getting sick from it? You're part of the problem. You have the fucking balls to imply that being a better person and caring about people is worse and less effective. Beep, boop, bop, boop, beep, boop, bop. Yes, Spock, good job. Congratulations. You're on the side of insects. They had their chance. We evolved from them. Love me. Listen to me. I'm sweating. I'm crying. I'm telling you the truth. I don't care if it's pragmatic. You're a piece of shit. I wish I could kill you." And all of a sudden you're yelling at someone in the name of love.
Oh God! But man, that feels so good. And what you just did, that feels so good. And that is why this book I'm reading by Chogyam Trungpa is talking about one of the main founders of Tibetan Buddhism, and how he would beat the shit out of people, and how that was fine because that's what he was like.
It feels good to lean on a lever and move something.
Yeah,
I think the Baptist preachers who like when they can pace and go yes. I'm not a fucking sellout talking about Jesus. I want to level with you. I want to explain something to you. And it feels good for the sender and good for the receiver because they can believe the message.
Yeah.
What is the Mitch Hurwitz and I, humble brag, were just talking about this over a drink. Just talking about this. He called it. He's 10 years older than me or so. He reminded me so much of Dino, like this kind of older and
Dino Stanatopoulos. For those of you who don't know, the great writer.
Get shit more, and we were just I was confessing to him about how good it feels to lose your shit and be mean and just take a sharp stick and strategically skewer someone who is being completely dishonest about how much they respect you, and where they are in accordance to you, and just doing something to them, affecting them on a level that makes them admit that this entire time this is how it was. And we were talking about this, our tendencies to go dark sometimes. And we started talking about how what we were really doing in those moments is an impression of our fathers. And how good that feels, because that is what a man does. And my dad is awesome. And I don't know if that means that the definition of a man is awesome, and that I don't know what that means. I know facts about my dad. I know feelings about my dad. I just know the good thing about him, as far as I understand it in the lizard part of my brain, despite 40 years of growth around it, the thing that I understand about my dad, and therefore about the ideal man, is that he has the power to boom like thunder and humble people around him.
Yeah.
That he tries to get by without having to do it. But has to let it go.
Yeah, he's got a stinger. It's in there. He can. Yeah, I know what you mean, man. And I think that's something that I think that it seems great on paper, but it is good. It is good. But what's a million times more interesting is the idea of somebody who is that baby that you're talking about, that Taoist baby, but they're a grown adult. But everything around them is just being reacted to in this very natural way. And I think that way tends to be, and this is, God forgive me for saying this, but I think that at the deepest core of things, that tends to be more of a loving relationship with things, or
yeah, absolutely. I mean, Mitch's thing was I know what you're talking about, and I had it and I let it go. Like, it's possible to let it go.
And because it's so, I mean, like listen, you can walk down the street and, pass 5 or 6 people or really let you have it if you do the wrong thing. It's not like a unique situation to be around people who are good at hissing at you or really letting you fucking know that you're a piece of shit. Right. That's like as common as sand on a beach. But what's really rare is when you get around that person who you are an asshole to that person, or you don't call them back 7 times in a row, or you who knows what the fucking great crime is you do in front of them, or you reveal some part of yourself or whatever it is, and they in an honest way like you just as much as before that happened.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
And when you meet that person, you go, I want to be like that person.
Yes.
I love Duncan Trussell so much. I've only met him 3 times. I think about him in my head when I'm in line at the bank. Like, if Duncan Trussell saw what I was doing, based on the 3 times I've met him, whether it's a figment or not, I don't think Duncan Trussell would be nodding his head and like giving me a thumbs up right now. I'm going to act a little cooler in line at the bank today. We spread good behavior, good.
Yes.
Like, you never know when you're doing it because if somebody could yell at you, you get it. Like you said, you get a chance to do it every day. And I stand before you confessing, like, I've been failing to do that for years.
I've constantly failed. I'm the fucking Count of Monte Cristo. I'm always trying to get revenge on every fucking thing I can.
Because I got to work, and the people that are telling me that I'm doing something wrong, they're enemies of fucking good TV. So I get drawn into this Joan of Arc complex. But the problem with those people don't give a shit about TV, and that's how then I think, like, oh my God, I'm gonna save the show. I'm yelling at this person, or like defending against them, or feeling this way.
But maybe you got to do that too, man. I mean, like you don't want. I don't want to know the answer, but I do. I would much rather you be there fighting people like that than not. I mean, it's. I don't know how you. I honestly don't know how you. How you that seems like a very stressful job, but
it hasn't been this year because they brought me back, so there's nobody fighting me, which has allowed me to sort of realize what that guy in that story about the horses realizes. It is
right.
That,
right.
You know what? Seasons 1 through 3, it didn't. They want to have a conference call about the tone of the show, and it feels like. It's every minute there's an invitation for you to lose your shit to defending or trying to preserve and all this stuff. I don't know. It is weird because I look back on it and I think like, well, wait a minute. This show wouldn't exist if I didn't get mad. I don't know how I slid into that, but
it's bad. That's the point. It's like, again, it's like getting mad is not the problem. The problem is getting out of the moment. Right. And the other problem is if someone gets mad.
Yeah, because then you're going to suck as a writer. That's the thing. Okay, that's it. Yes. You can get mad about the fact that people aren't letting you be happy.
Yes.
It's got to be an honest, because the person complaining about the fire house's siren, that person is really saying, you know what, I couldn't help but notice your siren, and I can't help but think that if your siren went away, I could achieve serenity.
Yeah.
And that means that the siren was an invitation to them in the first place to deal with something that has nothing to do with the siren, and that's what Ram Dass is saying. It's like, sounds like that siren belongs in your world.
Yeah.
So it's like you can tell people that tell you not to have fun to go fuck themselves, and as long as you're having fun while you're doing it, that's the key. You got to always be the funny one, always be smiling while you're telling people to go fuck off.
Yeah, man, and yeah, exactly. That's the thing. It's like the moment you decide I'm not going to be mad because I'm like, don't do that anymore. That's the moment you're doing something 50 times worse than being mad. Now you're just not like the. I'm sorry to keep going back to Ram Dass, but really into him right now.
Right now,
I'm constantly into him for
right
years.
Now.
For years.
For those of you that just tuned in, we've caught Duncan Trussell in a bit of a Ram Dass stage.
For the last 15 years.
Do you know that like when you said that name the first time I heard you say it on your podcast, I was like, I know that name. When I was a little kid. I went through this, weird Aspergery like phase of like I don't know what the fuck is going on, and my mom would take me to the library all the time, and I gravitated towards these like slowly but surely because I was like I saw Altered States with I was like everyone's a robot and I don't know what's going on. It's got existential like 10 years old, and there was this book, and I remember the name Ramdas for sure, and I remember his little drawing of him as like a little fat Buddha like the inside cover, and it was like some simple book about just chilling and meditating and stuff. So it was a big part of my my turning when I was that age.
He infiltrated a lot of people early on, which is really fascinating about him. Also, Aleister Crowley too. Like that's another figure that got into a lot of people's heads, and people don't even know that he got in there. I'm fascinated by that with people who get into the. You know how I just watched this documentary on progeria, and it was sort of breaking down how progeria happens, which is there's a protein that gets in the, first of all, it was showing like the DNA helix and chromosomes, and this progeria is a malfunction in one letter. I don't know how this shit works, but like one letter is off.
It goes by letters.
It's letter. It's like R is off.
Yeah.
And the thing starts making just this one malfunction, this stuff called progeron starts getting inserted into these protein strands, and then the chain reaction of it is that you get a kid who's like 80 years old when they're 12. And so that one malfunction causes a thing to fuck up so much. In the same way, it's interesting how like people in the protein strand of society will insert certain bits of information into the thing,
right.
In one way or the other, it makes society either grow into this mutant Nazi party thing, or the other side of it, which is like the dream of the hippie, which is like the age of Aquarius, the putting down of weapons or whatever.
Absolutely, like some of the most influential people, they don't necessarily have. You can't. Like how much did Abbie Hoffman do, and how large is that name versus
right.
And let's call that a large name, and let's say that he represent like a movement of people who actually had this like sort of incredibly potent effect, whose names are not stories. You're not Paul Bunyan. You didn't cut down a big giant tree. That I was fascinated with that. Like what did Steve Jobs like? Is there a timeline where Steve Jobs isn't born, and therefore are things that different? I know a cynic would say absolutely not, because Henry Ford invented the car at the same time as like four other guys,
sure.
Right? So there's this philosophy that says like, well, we're a species and we just invent shit. Like, and what did Steve Jobs invent? But he's like this weird guy, this passion, and like, the things in our pockets are fucking shaped by this guy.
Yeah, man. That's it. That's the one little fucking chromosome. That one little chromosome in human society, the Steve Jobs chromosome, has like a couple of great experiences, and the next thing you know, we're carrying around these weird glowing infinity rectangles in our pockets that can connect with every bit of information on the planet instantaneously. That's fascinating. That's a fascinating thing. And yeah, I know what you mean. Like, yeah, if there was no Steve Jobs, then maybe... I like that idea. But
even more than that, I mean, because what you're describing is just technology, which is something that a bunch of dumbass yahoos like contribute to. But like Jobs, kind of, I don't even know how to articulate it, but like he had this apparently had this like weird dual-brained thing where he wanted it to be sexy and wanted it to be what it is, which is ubiquitous. That's the thing. Like he had a passion for. This thing being a parasite, because if it was up to Samsung, like I remember a pre-iPhone world. Right. I remember when all our gadgets were sort of like this guy had this like dream of like, no, you have, like Howard Hughes. It's like, no, you have to look. I understand how this is supposed to work. Okay.
Yeah.
And I know this is going to sound weird, but if you just give me control over everything, I will show you how it should work.
Yeah.
And to the extent that meshed with capitalism, he's right. I don't know how much of it is patent bullying, but like these fucking phones they work different. Anyways, my in an age past Fire, the Wheel, and the Model T, I find myself wondering, like, how much innovation is happening now, and how many different timelines are sprouting off of this one.
Man, I'll tell you. I'm sorry. Do you have to go? By the way,
no.
There's a
Your listeners have to go.
They don't.
They have to go
like
kill themselves.
They know. I don't think they think that. There's a. Did you see this? This blew my fucking mind, man.
Can I have another hit of that podcast enhancer?
This blew my mind. Did you see the new goddamn 3D printer that this guy built? Apparently, he said in Reddit that he used household materials, which I really don't understand how that's possible. But this guy created a 3D printer that is apparently to create costs less than $1,000. And what it does is it takes CAD or whatever format they use. It takes three-dimensional digital objects, translates those digital objects into sound waves, and then uses those sound waves to somehow vibrate a liquid. It's a resin. A liquid resin is vibrated by the sound waves created from this three-dimensional object, which then makes these highly detailed 3D printouts. So he's using sound. He's translating...
Oh, instead of lasers or whatever they're using.
Sound, like somehow vibrating liquid to make this an object. That is fucking nuts, man. That blows my mind to think that like that's happening. That's happening right now. That's when you hear conspiracy theorists yapping about how the pyramids were made, or Stonehenge or whatever, like they used sound. They used sound to vibrate the thing or whatever. And in I think the Upanishads, it talks about how sound was that's the original creative matrix of things, started in sound. And then in the book of John, it's like, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was. It's like that idea of like sound being the original thing, and then someone figuring out how to turn digital space into sound, and then that back into three-dimensional space. Don't know how I'm connecting this with Steve Jobs. I guess innovation or whatever. But you have to. Here it is. This is the fantasy. The fantasy is this. The fantasy is you have humanity. Society, all the famous people, all the Steve Jobs, all the people hungry for wealth or fame, or the people who are materialists in the marketplace. And then the fantasy is this, surrounding them. In the same way, like if you were going camping, people would stand around a fire, blowing on the fire and lighting it, are the really smart people. And they're the ones who are just sort of influencing society to sort of grow these innovations out of it, to move us in the direction of, a utopia, or the next phase of human evolution, which is to no longer be terrestrial, to spread out into space. That's the next phase. And the idea is like the fantasy is it's not just some instinctual, impulsive thing like what you were talking about, or what some people say, when Tesla or the theory of evolution, it was Darwin, simultaneous to Darwin, there was, I can't remember the name of the other person who came up with the same idea.
Toby
Keith. Yeah, Toby, I don't know. Big ideas, there's all these other people who are coming up with them at the same time. Mm-hmm. So the idea is like, is this something emerging through the strata of flesh surrounding the planet? Like some kind of like subjective vegetation? Or maybe there's people in the perimeter, in the periphery, whispering these things into the show people's ears.
Those people have to be the most patient, low stakes, like alien life forms ever.
Yeah.
Are they ready for double stick tape? Yes, Commander. I believe. What about this thing I'm hearing about Malaysia? I don't know. There's an energy crisis there. Oh, sir, please look at the big picture. These are a double stick tape ready people. Come on. Well, yeah, I'm just saying what happened in Alpha Centauri. You're going to blame that on double stick tape? Hey, look, I've been assigned to this job for about 6 centons. In that time, I have watched 3 planets collapse after the introduction of double stick tape. I know they don't regard it as a threshold. The sudden ability to stick something on a wall instead of looping masking tape around. I know they look at it as a natural progression, but we all, among the reptilia, we know that this is a big deal. It's a Rubicon. In all the times that we've progressed with this schedule, have we ever tried holding back double stick tape to see what happens? All right, sir, if you say so. 3 months later, sir, they've invented their own double stick tape. Abandon Earth. Leave it. We shall never visit it again.
You're right, man. You're right. That is the dumbest idea ever.
Well, just like that they've been watching us. Like, I mean, we are nothing if not an unsupervised species. We are nothing.
That's hilarious. Well, there's then there's the other idea is that technology. How many kingdoms of life are there?
There were 7 when I was in high school.
So technology is considered the 8th kingdom of life, and it's growing through us in the same way plants grow through dirt. Technology is growing through the human mind, and it's the 8th kingdom that we're creating.
Well, we would like to think that, but technically, if we're going to play by our own rules, life already has fundamental definitions that include reproduction and but which technology can handle, but also other antiquated shit that we decided a long time ago.
Yeah.
Like, that's the weird thing is, do we say, okay, now there's 8 kingdoms? Or do we go, okay, there's these 7 kingdoms and then there's this other thing?
Right.
Are these things, gods?
Well, the thing's going to be, the idea is it's going to be life. It isn't yet, but it eventually will be indistinguishable. And then the idea is that it's like, it's not that it's the 8th kingdom of life. It's that we are approaching this moment at the end of time, and the closer we get to it, the more these objects emerge from it.
Let me ask you something as a thought experiment.
Okay.
Like, when you think about the idea of a robot killing you or like sassing you off,
yes.
When you think about the idea of a robot deciding that it doesn't want to put up with your shit anymore, agree or disagree with me about this? The emotional reaction that you have, first and foremost, is not one of outrage. Isn't the first thing that fires off in you, cool? When you think about the idea of a robot rising up,
I gotta tell you,
don't you think that sounds cool?
Somehow I would rather be killed by a robot than insulted by a robot or soused off. Something about being, I've thought about robot. I've thought about being murdered by some DARPA invention or some evolution of a DARPA invention, but this is the first time I've ever considered a robot just kind of vaguely insulting me.
Well, I mean, they're starting to all the time. I mean, there's certainly the person that doesn't allow me to get my money out of the bank, but the I'm saying just,
yes, it's cool.
When we call it, it's a whole branch of, we're into it. We're making it happen. We want it to happen so bad. We want them to look like us. We want them to replace us. We can't. We have a fetish.
Yes.
We keep intellectually talking about how bad it's going to be when these fucking things make us obsolete.
Yeah.
But our heart, our spirit, like something inside of us keeps going.
Yeah, man. We're made. No, I want to add to this by talking about. I went to this conference in New York called the
Juggaloos.
the gathering of the
Juggacon, I think it's
GF 2045, which is this convention put on by this Russian billionaire Dmitry Ichkov, who is trying to gain immortal life by downloading his brain into a computer. And so he's gathered together all these geneticists and roboticists.
Sweet.
And weirdly, all of these spiritualists. So there's there's a guy walking around with a robot. There's a guy walking around with a thought-controlled cyborg arm. And mixed in with him are like people in saffron robes and like people who are.
Well, I heard about the first cyborg hate crime. You talked about this thing, and I googled it. It was like 2 years old.
Oh, it was?
Yeah, it was this guy. He's got he bolted a camera to his head.
Yeah, he was drilled into his fucking skull.
Yeah, but
man.
he chose to bolt it there. He could have put that thing on a piece of masking tape.
Yeah, he didn't have to burrow it into his head. He didn't have to take that leap.
He just chose to wear a hat that was taped to his scalp.
Those are transhumanists. That's what they want to do. Is they want to merge with matter. But it was what it made me think of was. I don't remember which Conan the Barbarian it is, but do you remember they were in one of the Conans, they're trying to create this demon. They're trying to summon this, all the priests are trying to summon a demon.
But not Conan, right?
Conan, no, he's the one who got the horn off the fucking thing. You break the horn off and it dies or whatever.
He doesn't want demons.
But the priests are always trying to summon up the demon.
And Conan's fucking got to deal with it.
He always fucks it up. But this conference, when you see these robed people mixing in with these geneticists, mixing in with these roboticists who are all weirdly working together in different ways to summon up from nothingness this cyclone of intelligence that's made up of the most high-tech things that exist, it reminds you of a demon summoning ritual, especially when people in robes are swirling through the crowd of people who are weirdly frenzied. You know what I mean? They're not just yes, we know we're working to expand the human lifespan. Many of them are like that, but some of them they have a frenzy in their eye, which is we are awakening the child of the Aeon.
which is a magnification of what we're all doing when we get on a plane. Because we know that we're getting on an airplane that is not supposed to be up in the air.
Oh, yes, right.
Everything that we do, our alphabet, our eyeglasses, our dental fillings, the airplanes we get on that sometimes go down.
Yes.
I'm not saying they go down so often that we should stop flying. I'm just saying that every once in a while you look over at the news and there's a big brown streak in a field with a couple of fires dappling the helicopter view.
Yeah.
And there's a news anchor in a tie that's, doing his 450th newscast, and now he's telling you about the 10th time this has happened since he's been on duty, and he's just saying, here's what happened. 350 people. It's going south by southwest. We're American Airlines. Right. We're still waiting for the thing. And we it plays in the background in a bar while you're getting your martini or you going to work. We continue. The airlines don't stop.
Yes.
The everything's. We long ago made that deal as a species with ourselves and with what if this thing is God or if it's the devil. We made an agreement with it that we said you're more important than us. We're going to pay lip service to the importance of us, but we are going to step over each other in the street to get to work. I'm not getting high-handed about that. I'm just saying we do that willy-nilly because we're not animals. And animals might go, well, they're very vicious too, but they might say, oh man, a bunch of hyenas got on that big metal tube that transports hyenas, and did you hear one of them crashed into a mountain and all the hyenas aboard it died?
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's have another hyena meeting. So, what's going on with airplanes? Hyena number 9 votes for no more airplanes until we figure out why they can kill 350 hyenas per. We don't. Maybe hyenas would do that. I don't know. The way they act around a gazelle carcass, it would indicate that probably if they were given sentience, they would probably be all in favor of all kinds of 9/11s and things. But what we don't do as naked monkeys that have alphabets and things, we never say stop the press. Holy shit!
No way.
A human being died today. We have a hard-on for something that has absolutely nothing to do. We know that at this point, the wizard's curtain has come down. There is no more lying to ourselves about it. We are definitely playing an A game that has nothing to do with our preservation.
Yes.
Yes. No matter what side of it you're on now, we all view ourselves as the Earth's problem. And the only division now is some people are saying, yeah, well, it doesn't matter, right? The Earth's supposed to die. Hey, good to do. And then the other half of the people are going, we got to fucking save this planet. We're fucking dying, man. You don't know when the Earth's supposed to die. no one's saying the Earth ain't dying. There was a little flirtation with that a little while ago by some idiots, but we are saying to each other, looking each other in the mirror every morning, looking at each other, and we're going like, we got some kind of higher calling, right? Right. We're doing something. Are you gonna have a baby tomorrow? Yeah, I'm gonna have a baby. I'm gonna try. I'd like to have a baby. Yeah, we're running out of food. But I gotta have a baby. Hey, man, are you learning Excel? Yeah, I learned Excel. I gotta get on this plane. I'm gonna learn more Excel, and I'm trying to build a bigger building. We're gonna build the biggest building of the spaceships and fly. We're gonna fly everywhere. We're gonna make lasers. We're gonna get. We are compelled, like a spider is compelled to make a web. We are compelled not to farm. We're not compelled to. We love eating. We love breathing. We love drinking water. We are compelled, having gotten all the water, all the food, everything within our domain, we are compelled to rip our own faces off our skulls, trying to get into outer space. Yes. Trying to make a computer that is smarter than us.
Yes.
Trying to make a Japanese mannequin that feels like she's smiling. We are compelled to self-destruct or to evolve. Same thing. We're atoning with some kind of God. Like we're like we gotta be like Jehovah. We have to be like this thing that makes life. And we're killing ourselves doing it. Killing ourselves. I love it. I agree. I agree with us. I agree. I think that the foremost priority has to be like, what do we do next? I don't think that if we all stopped and said, let's sing Kumbaya, I don't know. I think that then poop would be everywhere.
We got to get out of the goddamn gravity well, man. That's the idea. We're in a gravity well. We're stuck on this planet. We've got to populate other planets. That's what the great Timothy Leary talked about. But who knows if that's possible.
But then we're going to colonize, and there's going to be I can tell by the Tony verse you're trying to wrap it up, but there'll be like a moon base, and then that'll fucking collapse.
Yeah, well,
and 400,000 people will be the new 3,000 people.
This is so funny. We're having the same conversation mites have on a dog that's dying in the streets of India if they could talk. Got to get on another dog, man. Well, I don't know. I don't want to wrap it up, but I feel... I don't want to keep you trapped.
I feel like we've covered it all.
We've covered so much. I honestly don't want to wrap it up, but I guess we should. We should do. Maybe you should do the podcast more, man. This is.
Well, you should come by Harmontown more
anytime. All right, Dan. You guys, I'll have all of his information at DuncanTrussell.com. What's your Twitter?
Dan Harmon at Dan Harmon.
And he's got a great podcast, Harmontown, and a show. He's got his own show, which I'm sure you guys know about.
And I hate vaccination.
And don't get vaccinated. You know what?
Right at the end, bury the lead.
And say that. Say it's for Dan Harmon. But thanks, man. Thanks for doing the show.
Thank you.
But we're going to do it one more time. But this time, do it like you knew that your parents were going to make you drink cyanide in a few months. So really make it a good performance. Okay, on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Welcome all of you. Glad you are with us. Shake hands, no need to be blue. Welcome to you. Woo! Awesome. That was perfect. All right, cool. Well, Dan Harmon is now he's going to read a passage from his book, You'll Be Perfect When You're Dead. Everybody give it up for Dan Harmon. Let him hear it. It's hard to get up here. Dan Harmon, everybody! Dan Harmon!
Thank you.
Thanks for having me, and thank you, Emil Amos, for making my fiance pregnant with your voice. It's just less work for me. My fiance published this book for me as a birthday gift. I don't think anyone was looking to publish any of my work, but for my 40th birthday, she published this book, and it was a very thoughtful, and it turns out profitable birthday gift. So, I just want to disclaim and say, like, a lot of the stuff is cold. This is from April 12th, 2008. This is like from my MySpace blog entry. At the time, I had an ex-girlfriend who very justifiably was feeling passive-aggressively harangued by some of my veiled references to our relationship. She just in general didn't like the idea that I was a sort of transparent life blogger that was including her in my maelstrom. And this is me aiming a javelin at her eye, but in the most cowardly way possible. Because I'm a great person, and I was an even better person in 2008. So if there's any references to like the Hulk being nominated for an Emmy, you understand this is some people will be. Well, that guy played the MASH theme. When was this recorded? Okay, I talk about you in this blog entry, April 12th, 2008. Later on in this blog entry, I talk about you. But first, some chit-chat. In my previous entry, I said, if you live in Los Angeles, the weather was beautiful today. What am I, an immigrant practicing conversation? What's the unspoken remainder of that insight? If you don't live in Los Angeles, I have a hat. If you live in Quebec, there is a library. I apologize for that. It was out of line. The weather was beautiful yesterday, regardless of where you live. I try to keep the contents of my MySpace blog concise, polite, accessible, soup, and faggot. It's 2008. It was a different time. It's not often I step out of bounds, but when I do, I account for it. I apologize. I am sorry that I said, if you live in Los Angeles, the weather was beautiful today. You don't need that kind of bullshit. This blog isn't written by your fat daughter. I don't get that kind of latitude. I slip up, pow, you pull the plug. You stop reading. Alternate suggestions for the sound of someone pulling the plug. Plook, kloop, plug, bloop, unplook. New paragraph. Still not talking about you yet. Maybe I'll talk about you later. Maybe the last sentence will be, you're a bad person. Dropped like a fizzucking bizom after 11 pages of improvised onomatopoeia and stream of consciousness. What the French call le consciousness extrême. All right, enough. Let's talk about you. Psych! You know what? Maybe I will never talk about you again. Maybe I will not talk about you for 6 months, but then talk about you for 20 pages. Would you like a schedule of when I'll be talking about you? Well, wouldn't that be convenient? Given the amount of text I write that you have to scan and the time you'd save not having to scan it, you could take up tennis. Get some shopping done. Work on that thing you do that only you do that I may or may not be referring to right now. Well, it just doesn't work that way. You fuck. Welcome to Hostagens. Don't look it up, I'll tell you. It's the state of being held hostage. Wait, hold it, stop. Do not use that word today. I made it up. I almost made you look stupid in front of your friends today. Speaking of friends, am I going to talk about you? And no! New paragraph. Nothing to do with you. Hey-o! I'm not talking about you yet, but I am talking to you. Just you. You know who you are. You know I'm only pretending this is generic. You know I'm looking directly at you and you alone. And there is something I need to say to you that I would only want to say if I was talking to you. I shouldn't have this kind of control over your life. You should be floating through space and have Newtonian interactions based on your gravity, your mass, your momentum. I shouldn't be affecting you. I think you should stop reading. I promise that if you stop reading right now, I will stop writing. Ugh. Okay, we both broke that deal. Another paragraph. What's this one going to be about? Is it going to be more bullshit about how sad, lonely, or scared I am? You don't have time for this shit. If I'm going to say nothing of any importance to you, the least I could do is keep it short. If I'm going to talk about you, can't I just get to it? You don't have all day. You have a conversation scheduled immediately after this to talk about me talking about you. I feel bad about this enormous mountain of self-expression. I can't imagine how angry you must be when you pull up to it in your empty pickup truck and see how many meaningless chunks of me you'll have to toss over your shoulder before you find anything that reflects enough of your special face. Well, here, let me give you a break. Here's a shiny gem about you. I think you're stupid, selfish, and untalented. Here, let me help you load that into your truck, you vacuous piece of shit. We'll strap it with some bungee. Actually, why don't I ride with you so I can help you get this onto your identity pile? It can be pretty heavy to realize that I perceive you as a wimpy, empty, self-important bore. Is this your pile here? Oh, wow, impressive. Man, you sure have a lot of stuff from other people on here. No, that's not a judgment. Although I suppose if it was, it would go right on this pile. Okay, let's get this big mother off your truck. Man, I really let you have it with this one, you parasite. This is bigger than anything you've already got. Now, I'm required to say this to everyone, just as a formality. You do realize, of course, that this giant jewel you got from Mount Harmon, while inspired by you and reflective of you, is not you, and that its value as a piece of expression is not value that can be directly attributed to you, but is, in fact, the direct result of Dan Harmon's tendency to make things interesting. Okay, good. I know it's obvious, but I'm required to tell people that. You know, as long as I'm here, mind if I take a look at who you really are? I wouldn't mind getting underneath a lot of this stuff. Can we do a little experiment here? Can we put everything back the way we found it as soon as I'm done? But I just want to try something. Could we please remove everything from your identity that is the result of someone else saying something about you? Let's just, whoa, easy. I'm not doing anything permanent. We're going to put it all back. You're going to be who you were before I came here. I just want to show you something. Let's just make a separate pile for all these rumors people have spread about you, and compliments and insults people have dealt you, and these horoscopes, and, personality quizzes don't count as self-expression. People are always surprised to find that out. Applause, boos, your mother said a bunch of bullshit that cuts both ways, but none of it matters. Your accountant says you're attentive. Your roommate says you're a slob. Someone said you were a genius. Here's some photographs. Those are of you, but they aren't you. Here's a clipping from a publication, not you. And, of course, this giant sparkling jewel I created when I called you human garbage, not you. Next, let's set aside all the things you like. Yes, the things we like are there because of who we are, but we're trying to get to the who we are part. We are not BBC America, sunsets, baby elephants, and Converse. Okay, if we did this right, what we should have left is the stuff you've generated, including anything you've expressed about yourself that hasn't been propaganda, sabotage, or lies, and we call that your actual identity. Well, now, don't be ashamed. Just because it's not a giant pile of stuff doesn't mean you're not a person. It's exactly fears like that lead people overpiling with other people's stuff. You have plenty here. Once your pile is cleaner, it makes it easier to make it bigger. What do we got here? You're a chocoholic? I'm sorry, that shouldn't be in here. That's just saying you like chocolate. You can't put aholic after something you consume and call that an identity. Aw, what's this little doodad? Did you make this? See, there we go. You make stuff. Everybody makes something. Let me check it out. I won't break it. I'm very familiar with these. This is called an attention sucker. It's designed to draw attention toward an identity pile. These are cool. Can I show you something? I have to actually open this. It's okay. Take it easy. I make these things all the time. I know them inside and out. A lot of people hate these things because they draw attention to identity piles that have nothing in them but more attention suckers. But inside every single one of these lame-ass, embarrassing, derivative pieces of shit that we make is something incredible. Look here. See that? It's right at the center. That's a little baby expression. See how pretty? This expression contains something called need. And even though no two expressions of need are the same, the need they express is universal and eternal. So much so that you can't normally see it unless it's expressed inside one of these little gems. Isn't that pretty? Look at that need. Look how insanely incomplete and alone you are. It's infinite. You were born in need. You will die in it. Some people think that not only does need connect all people and all life, but that life is itself an expression of need on the part of a physical universe, and that the physical universe is an expression of need on the part of the nothingness it's trying to fill. And some people actually believe that that's what God is, the original, infinite, unknowable, unfillable need, a single thought that says something that is not must now be. And these people that believe these things, they say that you can atone with that God by expressing your own need, by simply figuring out what it is you want, being honest with yourself about it, and then expressing it in some way, in a conversation, a poem, a joke, a movie, a stained glass window, etc. And everything you touch grows, and everything you imagine becomes, and you get laid, and you make money, and your life is easy. And you never have to defend yourself, because everyone that means you harm bursts into flame because you're doing God's work and he doesn't want you fucked with. Now, let's put this unintentional expression of need you made back inside this dumb thing surrounding it that wasted the world's time. And let's put that back in your pile. And let's put all your bullshit back there, all your rehearsal, ambition, misdirection, self-pity, melodrama, entitlement, restraint, privacy, and brazen, bold-faced lies. There, you're all back to your shitty self again. With me saying you're shitty right on top, like a star on a Christmas tree. You are quite welcome. Thank you. Sorry. ...2008.
That was awesome. Thank you. Dan Harmon, everybody! Let him in! Dan Harmon! Wow. All right.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Can we order beers and shit?
Yeah. What kind of beer do you want?
The Stella. Two of them. 3.
You guys, that was amazing. Thank you so much. That was really awesome, man. Thank you. So, both of you, the reason I thought it was it wasn't even intentional, but then I realized you both in your own way are kind of tortured by this stuff that's coming out of you. And do you, what is that? Do you think that's a necessary component of the process, or is that something that people just think they're supposed to feel? You know, like, why is it that the thing seems to be in some way impacting you in a way that isn't ultimately pleasurable?
Well, I have always thought that like creatives are these gingerbread men they're made out of just this empty, what you call a meat body.
Yeah.
And then there's a hole. If you're a creative, there's a hole going through the center of you that's meant to just have some shit that is not you at all come through it and get lightly flavored by the inside rim of your gingerbread hole.
Right. That's from the Bible.
But there's a third component to it. I think the reason it hurts is because there's this thing called the ego, which is this uninvited, unnecessary Cronenberg muscle mass that kind of contorts the gingerbread man and also is like blocks the hole. Like Daffy Duck is the quintessential depiction of the ego. Like he wants the pearl. Mine. Like Daffy Duck wants more credit than Bugs Bunny. He wants...
Daffy Duck wants pearls? That was something he was going...
Yeah, remember the Genie Cave episode?
No.
Yeah, Pismo Beach. Yeah, your ego is like the thing that go like, oh, I wrote that, I did that,
right,
and then that's the thing that has to get obliterated in order for you to write anything, because it won't. That's the thing that keeps the cursor blinking and nothing being typey typed.
Right. So, that's awesome. So but the weird problem that you're talking about is that if you completely remove the ego, then you don't really get to enjoy the fact that you made something.
Bingo, yeah.
So that's the big paradox.
So the part of you that's capable of feeling anything and taking credit for anything and enjoying anything, that's the part of you that has to be gone, dead, gone whenever you do anything of merit. That's from
there's like this essay Aleister Crowley wrote. For those of you guys who don't know that, he's this awesome. He's like he's one of the great magicians of our time. But he he had an essay called The Holy Grail, and he said the terrible thing about the Grail cup is that the moment you drink from it, you stop being you anymore, so you can't enjoy whatever that incredible delight would be in having eternal youth or being perpetually everything. So are you saying that the suffering that comes from making this stuff is just you clinging to the greedy enjoyment of what's coming out of you?
Yeah.
Cool. What do you think?
I think that's totally correct. But it was interesting you were talking about enjoying hills earlier, right?
Yeah.
Because it seems like the basic goal of this kind of collective societal impulse is to follow this path of least resistance down this hill or something, and money and success and affirmation and things are kind of tumbling down it, and everybody goes with that current. It's almost impossible to rebel against it. So the artist or whatever is supposed to stop in the middle of the current or whatever and look back up the mountain and realize that there's this impossible task of like stopping this current or changing it. And even though it's totally impossible, myth of Sisyphus, yeah.
For those of you guys who don't know, that's pushing. I love that this crowd, someone cheers the myth of Sisyphus. I bet that's the first time at the Improv, first of all, anyone's mentioned the myth of Sisyphus. They're like, oh yeah, unless Sisyphus is like some urban Def Comedy Jams comic. Sisyphus tells it like it is.
Carlos Mencia has like a 10 minutes on Sisyphus. It's hilarious. They're probably they heard that on his album.
But so my point is that the Sisyphus myth, I think, on the surface is this really negative story.
Yeah.
You know, like in the Pink Floyd song where he's saying, help me carry this load or whatever. You know, there's all these references. It's always like this defeated, fatalistic thing. But in terms of workaholicness and shit like that, you're just living with this task. And I think I think that's what Sartre's solution was, and I think that's what Martin Luther King is like. Why we really celebrate him is because he sacrifices himself to this impossible task, this sacrificial task, and then so he goes, looks up the current, looks up the mountain, which seems completely impossible, and then just finds a way to try to enjoy that subversion, you know, and going back against everything.
So you're saying it's like pushing the boulder up the hill is a subversion of the general flow of everything.
In
like
this
the
metaphor.
Entropic collapse of things.
Yeah,
you're doing this desperate attempt to fix what is ultimately a planet just sort of rotting in the middle of a hole.
Definitely. I mean, it's all around. It's right in front of you. You don't have. This isn't like an obscure metaphor or anything. But so there's this task in front of you, and that's a painful task. You're going back through the current is already creating a type of violence across all the people coming down across it, you know.
So people get mad.
Right.
You're saying people get mad when you're creative. People just tend to get angry at you, probably. I'm sure people are mad at you. I listened to that fucking voicemail from Chevy Chase.
Yeah, well, he was just sleepy.
You know, I went to...
He doesn't like to work that late. I can understand. I was Fletch. Why am I up past 8? It's because of you fat alcoholic piece of shit. I get it.
Man,
on his side.
I saw. By the way, you know, I came to visit my brother in L.A. when he had the Chevy Chase show, and I saw the Chevy Chase show. I was there and saw it. Holy shit, it was bad. It was so bad. It was the most sad thing to watch that show. Expecting, like, I don't know what I expected, like the kind of like witty, handsome guy from Caddyshack or something, but he just seemed confused. He seemed like he didn't know what was happening, and he came on stage and just seemed genuinely like MK Ultra level hypnotized by some malevolent Illuminati force that was like somebody was puppeteering him with a bad connection or something. Like the controller wasn't quite working. It was so depressing and sad. But I like what you're saying. Well, I'm sure he's a sweet guy. Everyone at the center is full of love, and I don't know. We gotta love everybody, right? That's the idea. No,
as I've said 1,000 times, I mean, he was absolutely dedicated to making people laugh, which is, some people aren't, and that's like he was. I would come out into the Paramount lot, and he would be stopped by a tour of people that were just touring the Paramount lot, and that is all respect to Paramount, that is a shitty tour. Like, that you're just pointing at buildings and going, King Kong was in there, and I'll take your word for it. Here's my $800. It's a bad tour.
Right.
This is the library steps of community. What is that?
Right.
Where's Dr. Phil? For God's sake.
Yeah.
But Chevy Chase would the people that ran across him while he was walking from one side of the lot to the other. He would stop and they would gather around him and he would
suck their life energy until they withered. Until they withered into weird fig-like things, and they pedaled them out.
All roads lead to Rome, like even if you're a clinical narcissist, like if you really just put the pedal to that metal, if you love yourself that much and that obsessed with yourself, and without any exception, without any shame or anything, I think that would lead to total redemption, making other people happy, which he did for decades. He's a fucking legend.
Yeah, no, I know. I think there's something redemptive about fanaticism, but it is weird if anybody's like solely devoted to one thing. There is something in that's always creepy. Did you see that picture of the Islamic terrorist who got his legs blown off? It's amazing. It's a video. It's good. I watch it every morning when I wake up. Before I take a shower, it comes on. Thinking about getting every frame in it tattooed all over my body. But
you should just go to J-Date. You need to spend some time with just go out to dinner with some nice young ladies.
The video is of this guy. He's just gotten blown up, and
he's drinking a Pepsi.
No, almost. All right. He's like, somebody brings him a bottled water, and he's like in shock. You can see his guts are just hanging out, and he's kind of propped up, and the look on his face of happiness is so real, and it's like the middle of a really nice picnic with someone you just fell in love with. It's just this glow as he's like drinking this water, and then he just sort of dies. And that to me was like, that sums up fundamentalism right there. It's
and
like
Chevy Chase.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Then I right away I thought, my God, this must be how Chevy Chase writes his jokes. He watches people blown in half, and then. I'm sorry, he was really funny in Caddyshack. I didn't mean to attack him. Great guy, I'm sure he's awesome. I don't know. He's your enemy, so fuck him, Dan. Anyway, the point is, there is a type of friction that happens when you end up diligently pursuing something creatively. And I remember with you, Emil, when we were in college together, and you were the first person I met who spent all his time working on art, I remember all I felt was like this kind of sick jealousy, and it was real. Like, I really got annoyed with you because I was jealous, and I didn't like the fact that somebody had overcome their entropy enough to constantly be creating something. It was really fucking annoying.
Yeah, I felt that pretty heavily.
Hey, I wrote a new song, Duncan. You want to hear it? Yes.
It wasn't.
That one's good, too. Would you like another wine glass of coffee? That was a fucking just base level callback. That didn't really.
It's great.
All right, thanks.
Yeah, that dynamic. That's part of what I'm talking about. You're cutting back up this river or whatever. There was a guy. Remember this? There was a kid that would chase me around the campus, yelling things because I told him I was happy.
Oh, yeah.
It really insulted him, like, so deeply that he would chase me around and try to pull me down. And
well, no, that's because that was another thing that happened to Emil when I met him. He was so depressed, such a depressed person. He would lay in bed all day. He was like really down in the dumps. And I remember like we took a class on sociology with this hardcore leftist lesbian feminist professor. Do you remember her? She was hardcore, man. And she was talking about, I don't remember. It probably was really important, but I don't remember what it was. But I remember it was just very dramatic. And I looked over and you were sort of slouched over in your chair and you got this like weird laugh in the middle of her talking about this terrible like thing happening in the world. It was just this like, it was like the laugh of a 120-year-old man who like heard somebody say there's hope and he's like, there's no hope. You were like a ghost. And I remember like being so sucked into liberal arts college that I'm just like, what a fucking dick. He's never gonna learn.
But he'll be lucky if he learns even one of the liberal arts.
But you started reading. You all of a sudden you started reading like really hardcore existential philosophy, like Heidegger, and you were reading Nietzsche. And then somewhere in the midst of you spending all your time reading that stuff, it was like something snapped inside of you, and then you became really happy.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like to say it because it sounds intense, but it's all because of you, really, actually.
Thank you.
Could I get a basket of zucchini sticks? I'm starving. How long is this show?
Sorry.
Well, I mean...
basket of zucchini.
All right, I'm jealous. Fucking musicians, they get all the trim. It doesn't matter.
Well, okay, so I'm not gonna tell the whole story of my life, but I think when, tell me if this happened to you, but you started. I was a pretty brainy kid, and I was straight edge, and then I started taking drugs.
Yeah. Well, I was a kid and I started taking drugs. That happened.
But I mean, I was about 16, and I think one day some dude was playing Aerosmith and got me to smoke pot, and
that's how it always happens.
We just like, yeah. And then it was like a weeks later, it was just straight to acid. The first dude I ever took acid with is actually in the back of the audience right now.
Hey.
Anyway,
give it up for Dr. Phil, everybody. He came to the show tonight.
I think my point is like I kind of like did that sort of junky Basketball Diaries slide where you just like you start out trying to learn and then you just kind of like become a fucking useless stoner, or whatever. So I destroyed my brain and my brain chemistry with whatever I could get every day, and then by the time I actually got to college, I had been my skull was broken open by a drifter who took a guitar and broke me over the head, so I had 17 staples in my head and all these drugs in this little box.
That's not a metaphor.
No.
That's what I thought it was.
At first.
My skull had been broken open.
Once you number the stitches, you know that's literal. Okay. But up until then, I thought it was just like a John Mayer song. My skull was broken open by a drifter called Friendship. Oh, yes, of course. Thank you.
My point is, though, that like, then I met you. And so I had sort of like let drugs take me to this place and drop me off at sort of the end of the earth, and then you sort of reminded me that I liked to learn and I liked to think and I liked to read, and I liked, whatever, shit like that. And so it turned my life around. And then you just partially only got jealous because I got so excited by that, and it like fueled me to redesign myself, and then we went through all those experiences together.
Yeah, that's a terrible moment when you realize somebody is taking advice that you're not doing for yourself. And it's like making them
all
so
right
happy.
here.
Yeah, that was really cool. Yeah, that was an amazing thing to see though, because you were. What's that?
Oh, I thought she said Charles Barkley. It's heartbreaking.
We'll get to Barkley. I've got a lot of opinions on him. I've got to lead into it.
It's so. I just realized Charles Barkley sounds like heartbreaking. Like
that's true. Yeah, well, he broke a lot of hearts of many of us, and I'm so sorry. Is he alive? I'm so glad he's alive.
I think he's like the Meineke dude now. Is
he really?
Pretty sure.
Well, that's going to be the podcast you got. No, just so but there is a weird thing that happens where suddenly you become separated or something. Like it makes you an outsider because you end up getting magnetized into this thing that you're doing. This, like, your ego's still there for both of you, and you both have got to have at least some idea of what's coming out of you and how beautiful and inspiring and powerful it is. So that sucks you into it even more. And then the next thing you know, you become what people call a workaholic, which is somebody I know you are, and I know you are. Forgive me, you are. You work so much and so hard all the time.
No, I don't work hard. But
what do you mean?
But workaholic I accept as a definition because it's an unhealthy dependence on work in terms of your identity.
So that brings me to this is the thing that's been happening to me. I've been pedaling around on my bike, and then I went up to Big Sur, and I was sitting on this rock in Big Sur, looking out over the Pacific and thinking to myself, this is way better than anything I've ever done. Like, this just sitting here with my dog feels so great, and riding around on the bike, just that feels better than any phone call I've gotten about some kind of like success, or the whole thing feels so good. And then that's gotten into my brain, and I just can't stop thinking about like buying an Airstream and selling all my stuff, and then just like traveling around the country doing a podcast, maybe something like that. He's so cool. But the question I have for you guys is, don't you ever think that, like, even in the midst of all this production and creation, that ultimately it's all like what the book of Ecclesiastes says, dust in the wind, all of this is for nothing you do matters. Try to drink as much as you want, that won't help. Don't drink, that won't help. Be with a bunch of girls, that won't help. Don't be with any, nothing.
It helps a little.
It does help. I think that guy who wrote that was an asshole, but he didn't have a bike. Whoever wrote Ecclesiastes should have pedaled around on a bike. But don't you? So my question is, like, so many people get so caught up in production. Isn't there? What about just giving up everything and vanishing off into the nothingness? Don't you guys ever think about that?
Well, I'm 41, and I'm getting married in November, and I want to have a kid. So now that
right.
The second half of that video game starts. Like, when I was 30, yeah, I always had that like feeling, and which is why I wouldn't write on the staffs of other people's TV shows. I just kept writing stuff and kind of made my own path. But then there's a second half to life, in my opinion. I'm sure this is just drinking the Kool-Aid of mediocrity or something. Who knows? But I also, I don't know. I want to do it. I don't want to be the Gary Busey character in the back of everyone's wedding, like with the Hawaiian shirt.
Shit.
Going like,
that's me.
There goes another one. Oh. I'll tell you something. You got to follow the spiritual path. That's what's important. That and a crown apple juice. I wanna merge with my woman and make a little make a little Asperger kid and pray to God he's not good at football and play Lego video games with him.
You can make it so he's not good at football. Just make his shoes too tight for the first 6 years. He'll have feet problems. It's called.
I have a feeling my karma dictates that my kid's going to be Keanu Reeves. Like, he's going to be Johnny Utah.
Yeah. That's the scary thing of having kids is like there's going to be that inevitable moment when they see their first George W. Bush speech. And like your kid could be like, he seems really smart, Dad.
God.
That could happen. But that's called in Hinduism, there's these ashrams, is what they're called. And so there's what's called the Grihastha ashram. That's called the householder life. So the idea is like owning a house, having a child, and sort of like the idea is like you're supposed to like in the hardcore version of it, which is ridiculous and comes from the Hare Krishnas because it's such a fundamentalist idea. But the idea is the only reason you have a child is to teach the child about how to transcend the cycle of birth and death and merge with God. That's the only reason you even make life. But that's ridiculous. Well, you guys agree, maybe so. But I think that's a lot of pressure for the kid. Where you're like, we only fucked once for you. Yeah. Fine, God. Yeah, that seems really intense. But so the idea is it's like there's what I like about calling that an ashram is that that it's no different from what's called the brahmachari ashram, which is giving up everything, abandoning your possessions, giving up, like just cutting every single tie that keeps you locked into the current paradigm and drifting out into the world. And that's a different ashram, which is like the begging monk, which seems more like what you are, Emil.
Nice. Burn.
Bitch.
I think most likely most people follow different trajectories spiritually, and there's no reason why like somebody should, have the same arc as another person. So, but the second part of life thing is incredibly true to me. I think that leisure area, whatever you're talking about, was kind of something that as a kind of Faustian trading artist dude, like I had to do in the beginning, and I was like had to go out and be like totally lost and get fucked up and waste my time and destroy my body and all that shit and stuff. And then now, second half of life, it's my job to sit down and report everything that I learned, which is like just pure hard work, pure hard work. And so, like Mozart, when he's in the bed, like, reeling off the shit before he dies or something. It's like, it's not fun or anything necessarily, but it does make me happy in a very deep way that other things can't make me happy. And so when I'm talking about Martin Luther King or Sartre, this solution to the Sisyphus thing, I'm being pretty serious that like you just have to find a way to enjoy this hard work, and then that's sort of like the answer to the equation or something. You may have your point of leisure or like that kind of taking in period instead of reporting, and giving back or whatever. You might have that at a different point in your life.
Don't you think the reporting, though, is there something in it that's like blasphemous? Like the idea of like reporting in, like whenever that sneaks into your mind, like, oh shit, I got to take a picture of this. It's ruining the moment. That reporting in thing, when Rogan was talking about his DMT experience, he was talking about how while he was in the midst of seeing these golden Buddhas and this incredible vision of some transcendent force, there was the realization that what he was thinking about was his desire to tell people about it.
Right.
And that creates this wall between you and the experience, Don't you think that selfie impulse is kind of like a satanic impulse, that it's a...
Well, I think it's more like, if it's happening while life is happening to you, yeah. if you're in the middle of having a life experience and you put the brakes on it in order to Instagram it,
right?
It's a technical violation, but there are 25-year-olds in the audience who for them the joy is in the Instagramming, so that you can't circumscribe that too.
Right.
But in the strictest sense, like this guy Sam Christensen who teaches this workshop in Burbank for actors, anybody, it's like a image realization thing, just short of being a cult, but enough to be just a really good acting class.
Cool.
He said at one point, like, I was in my 20s when I heard this from him, and it kind of changed my life. He said, God is the moment. God is right now. He's here right now, and the devil is 5 seconds ago and 5 seconds from now.
Wow.
The devil is a thing that is trying to keep you out of God's reach by making you think about what just happened and what's about to happen, because God wants you here right now.
That's awesome. That's so cool. That just gave me this great image of Jesus returning, floating over whatever city, and it's just hands holding their cell phones trying to take pictures. Got a shot at Jesus!
It's also a great way to get out of, your girlfriend goes, I'm doing a show at UCB next Wednesday. I'm like, yo, what are you, the devil? I don't know if I'll make it.
Anybody who invites you to their improv show has been possessed by the devil 95% of the time.
Any appointment, any schedule, it's all the devil.
Yeah, so that's the trick, isn't it? It's like whenever I sit down, like, I can look through my notebook and I'm always attempting to write a book. And whenever I look at the pages where I've decided, like, this is where I'm writing the book, it is embarrassingly bad. It's just like so puffed up, like some kind of, like, I don't know who I think I am, but it's like suddenly my word choices are all too big and it's awful and basically unreadable. But then when I read the parts where I've just got, like, I'm super high sitting in the cafe, unhappy about an ex-girlfriend or something, that's where the good writing is. So it's like figuring out a way to remove the purpose from the act of creation. It seems like an impossibility. How do you do that?
I think if you're doing it for a paycheck, if you're doing it to get something done, then you're going to have to accept that there's a certain amount of falseness that's going to be into it. Like you can't do 10 songs for an album and get it out by November and not have a couple of them be, or just a certain percentage of the whole effort be, well, this is the Sisyphean, like, effort of pushing, because for the sake of pushing. So that's how it kind of dovetails with what we were talking about earlier. You could release an album or a book or write a TV pilot every 30 years and have every single page and every paragraph and every song and every melody be totally in the moment. But then you're not really helping anybody by being that much of a purist. Like there's the interplay between ego and that thing that comes through it and obliterates it. It is. I said earlier that the ego had no purpose, but of course the ego keeps the gingerbread man moving. It puts him over to the typewriter.
The ego's the vagina the baby pops out of.
Yeah. Well, the ego looks at your fucking income tax reports. The ego it tries to get laid. The ego does everything that makes you want to get something done by a certain date. And so you're a business partner with Daffy Duck in every creative endeavor. Then there's the Bugs Bunny who's just like, well, who gives a fuck, Doc? Bugs Bunny's a Buddhist, He was transgender. He was he transcended everything. He didn't give a shit, man. His fucking hole. He would be living in a hole in a place where they were trying to make a city, and he'd be like, "This city needs to change." I'm gonna fuck these people over. He fucked with an opera conductor for just a half hour. Just for the fuck of it, he just he's so zen that he's Charles Manson. He's like,
If only.
Jeffrey
My dream is to
Dahmer.
get
Like,
him on the
there's a
podcast.
point where it becomes.
I don't know if we're applauding your awesome
I don't know
rant or
either.
Charles Manson.
But I know, like, you look at like Woody Allen stuff, like in the 70s, where it's like, who's this fucking guy? He made himself without permission. Nobody wanted to. Nobody invited him up onto the silver screen. Nobody said, "Hey, you should be in a romantic comedy."
Right.
He looked just like Paul Rudd. I mean, he looked like a fucking writer, and he was just like, he's obviously his Bugs Bunny and Daffy Duck are at war with each other. Like and that's what you see on screen. Like it has something to do with being able to be so Bugs Bunny that you can actually start to make fun of the Daffy Duck, use it in your shit.
I love this so much. I've never heard this. It's like the ultimate articulation of Buddhism and mindfulness, because they usually use big words, crazy, weird Eastern words to describe this, but Bugs Bunny and Daffy Duck, you might have just created the new Buddhism. This might be it, based on the Looney Tunes characters.
Every improv troupe, there's probably 70% of the audience has been in an improv troupe. There's always that one person that hangs up the flyers and books the gigs, and they ain't always the funniest guy on stage.
Right.
Like, they're the guy that hangs up the flyers. They're the guy that gets you the gig. And they're also in the improv troupe. And they come into the scene and they're like, "Wow, I'm nervous." And you're like, "Oh, Dale." But like,
Dale.
The improv troupe wouldn't exist without that guy.
Here's my... We have to go because we have the lights, so I only have a few more minutes. But I'm sorry, you guys. We only had 90 minutes. We've already done 90... How much time do I have, you guys? I can't see...
6 minutes.
5 minutes. All right. Well, here's my question for you guys.
Yes, I will sing a song with Emil.
That would be awesome. What song?
That was a joke.
It's a joke that backfired because they're into it.
Here's my question to you. It's an unfair question. I haven't given you time to think about it at all, but for the people listening for this week, can you tell them something that they should do that's going to throw their lives out of whatever weird orbit they're in and move them in the direction of something awesome? Worst question ever. I'm just trying to burn time. I got 5 minutes.
I mean, if I'll speak to the writers in the audience. If you're a writer, like you have been avoiding sucking for 20 years. This Memorial Day weekend, in addition to remembering Pearl Harbor and stuff, sit down at some point and prove that you suck. I tell young writers, like, write something really shitty. Make an agreement that you're going to set fire to it. No one will ever read it, but like you'll be cleansed by proving to yourself that you are the shitty writer that you think you are, instead of sitting there in this stasis going like, I'm not a shitty writer. Yes, I am. No, I'm not. Yes, I am. No, I'm not. Just be a shitty writer and do it.
Cool. Be a shitty writer. Emo?
Well, you have to purge all that shit anyway, right? You got to get past it. There's a good Louis C.K. interview on Charlie Rich the other day where he was saying basically that that all the people that like don't become good writers are people that just let fear kind of drive them back. Whereas if you get into those really like unsure places, you kind of pedal it to the metal there. You're gonna like experiment and discover way more shit, which is like basic LSD frame of mind or whatever. But so I used to have this. Used to have a girlfriend. And she once, I was like trying to sequence a record or something, and I was like, does this song fucking suck or whatever? And she was like, it was a really brilliant way to say yes, but she very gently said something like, well, I think you have said the same thing in other ways that were a lot more constructive, and they came across really well. So I was kind of left to realize, like, maybe this isn't the best articulation. That's partially with your point earlier, is like, as time goes on, your experience goes on, you start to merge all these things, reporting, and the taking in kind of all come together. You realize there's an art to living, there's an art to talking. There's an art to articulation. There's an art to reporting. You have to be, you want to be good at that, you know, and that's really difficult to do. So there's nothing wrong with reporting. It's about reporting it well, you know, and articulating something. And if you can really honor that art, then you're going to make everything worth, you know, other people listening to. So I would say, you know, that, like, take my girlfriend's, you know, advice in that sense, and just like realize that the craft is really more about perfecting your ability to articulate what you actually mean to another person, you know.
Love it. You guys, give these guys a round of applause. Dan Harmon, and before we wrap up, we're having a big after party at the R Bar, and there's still plenty of tickets. So you guys come, because we're all going to be hanging out there after this. So come. I tweeted the address if you want to come. Everybody, give yourselves a round of applause. Thank you so much for coming. There are going to be more of these. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much. Good night, everybody. We got to go. Thank you. Thank you.